What up, soul siblings? My name is Michael. Welcome to Misfit Tarot, the channel where you can come as you are and feel right at home, because when no one fits in, everyone has a place. In today's Pick a Rose reading, we are going to be talking about what others appreciate about you. I got this idea because I live in California in the United States, and around here we celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas around this time of year. And I'm not gonna get into political stuff about my beliefs about these holidays in this country, because that could go on forever, and I'll get on a good rant about that. But trying to keep it positive here and just talk about things that we do appreciate. So we're gonna start out with what people in your 3D world, in the material world, appreciate about you. Friends, family, random strangers, might be things that if we met in person, what I would appreciate about you. And then after we look at that, we're gonna look into what the spiritual world thinks about you. Um, Guides, spirits, angels, maybe ancestors, things like that. Anyone on that 5D plane in the astral world, what they're thinking about, what they appreciate about you. And then we're going to look at, if we could ask your future self what they appreciate about you and what you're doing right now, what would they say? Because I think that's a good perspective for us to think about sometimes. Like, when we're in the moment, we can get caught up in a lot of things that we're lacking, or you know we're thinking about trying to get to a certain us in the future. But I think a lot of times people will say, when you look back, there's things that you appreciate about how you were at a certain time when you were working to become who you are now. So that should be pretty cool. And then after that, we're going to bring out the Inner Child Oracle cards. And then we're going to see um, what we can appreciate about our inner child, or maybe what they need a little bit more appreciation for. And then, as usual, I'm going to finish it off with the Spark Magic matches and just get some little suggestions for things we can do to bring more magic and more power into our lives. And yeah, I think we can pretty much get into it now. Go ahead and select your rose, whichever one you're feeling drawn to, and I will see you guys in your readings. See you. Alright, what's up, Pile 1? Welcome to your reading. If you chose this nice yellow rose here, then this is going to be what others appreciate about you. And just throwing it out there, if you guys like flowers, one thing I really got into this year was drying flowers. I think it's really cool, because one thing that always made me sad about having flowers is how quickly they die. Um, but when you dry them, then you can keep them for a really long time and get to enjoy their beauty, and they just have kind of a different look after you dry them out, which is pretty cool. But yeah, let's go ahead and put that there and get into your reading. So, first thing we're going to talk about is what people in the 3D material world appreciate about you. Why, if we would ask them, are they grateful that you exist? So, to start out, I'm going to get kind of a general energy from the, and of course that rose fell over. I'm just gonna lay it down like that, because every time I shuffle, it's gonna get knocked over. But yeah, we're just gonna get like a general energy, how people in the 3D see you. So yeah, let's see what comes out. right. The star seems promising. Let you guys see that a little closer. Love these images. The star is number 8. So the star can shine the brightest but quickly burn out for a period of renewal. Renew, inspiration, serenity, hope, vulnerability. So what I'm getting from this is that people in the 3D world, they see you as somebody very powerful, very bright, um, very attractive. You know, I think of stars as being these big, bright, massive objects um, that have a lot of gravity. They, if something gets close to it, they're just magnetically pulled in. Um, so that's definitely an energy I'm getting from you guys. As far as the people, um, when they see you, they're like, man, this person. They just feel your energy as soon as you walk in a room. As soon as you're near them, they feel your energy, and they are attracted to that energy. Um, yeah, and I think maybe something that people even appreciate about you is that like you're really humble about it. Like even though you are this person with this like crazy magnetic bright personality and energy, like you're very humble. You're not somebody who's like up their own butt with their ego. Like you're somebody who's very humble, somebody who, you know, is very real. Like people might assume a lot of things about you, based off looking at you based off your energy. A lot of times when I think about stars, um, again they have a lot of light and they shine very brightly, and sometimes that casts shadows. Uh, that casts uh, uh, it illuminates other people's shadows. So yeah, some people might see you and get jealous, like assume that you had certain advantages or something like that. But people who actually know you, um, they know that you're not just somebody who's had it easy and has always been talked up their whole life. You're somebody who's also been through tough times as well, and somebody who has been, you know, very underappreciated in their life. And you're somebody who's taken those experiences and, you know, found found ways to put some of those things behind you and accept, you know, those things. And because of those experiences, like that makes you shine even brighter, because it's not just like you're this incredibly blessed person. Like you're somebody who's also worked very hard to have this personality and maintain this energy. I mean, at some point it is part of you, yes, but you know, a lot of people maybe who've been through what you've been through might not be so bright and shiny, and have this good energy, but you do. And I think that, you know, that probably comes with you really liking to help others. I think that's something that's kept you from kind of, you know, crumbling into sadness. Also, when I think about stars, you know, at least when it comes to our solar system, like the sun being a star, you know, provides our planet with just about everything it needs, to be the planet that it is. It gives all its energy, um, to the plants. Plants give that energy to things that eat them. Like, just it all comes from that star, from the sun. Um, so yeah, I think people really appreciate that you're just really an amazing person all around. Um, and I think, one thing that a lot of people in the 3D would say to you is like, you're freaking amazing. Like, I hope you see that. Like, I think maybe they can see sometimes that you don't feel like this star. There's plenty of times where you don't feel like this star and you just feel like this little tiny speck of dust that doesn't mean anything, doesn't matter, isn't isn't doing great things, but people around you see that and they want you to know that, and they don't they don't want you to forget that about yourself. Like, even on your bad days when you're feeling down, you still shine so bright to other people, and you just provide so much warmth, and give life to their light, give light to their life. Sorry, I'm getting very emotional in this message. So I think, the people in your life, they see you very highly, and I think they feel sad, um, when they see you sometimes in your down times, and knowing that maybe you lose sight of these great qualities about yourself. So, um, I think they came through very strongly with that emotion and that sentiment there, to tell you that they hope that, again, even in your dark times, that you remember that that this is who you are. So, man, that was a lot just from that one card. But we're gonna go even a little deeper with the Britt's Third Eye Tarot, and see, um, what else people in your 3D world, um, want to appreciate about you. Again, this could be family, friends, this could be random strangers that you see on the street. Again, you have this star energy, so I think that you really have a bigger effect than you realize on the people around you. So let's see a little bit more of what people in the 3D world appreciate about you. All right. So, I believe I'm going to start with the Queen of Pentacles here, because that is the most obviously positive one, and the other two are going to kind of, I'm sure, come to me later as I start talking. But with this Queen of Pentacles energy, this is somebody who is successful, someone who is abundant, and somebody who is nurturing with that abundance. I really like this card here. Actually, it shows somebody who is cooking, cleaning, taking care of this child, um, just really, like, really nurturing energy. I mean, I don't know if you're somebody who actually actually likes to cook or not. That's not required for this to be talking about you, but just that energy of providing for people, like nourishing people. Maybe you do this, like I said, physically with food. You love to cook for people. You love to know that you put your love and energy into this meal and give it to people, and they enjoy it, and they just get to sit there and be provided for. Like, that brings you joy. Or it could be, another way I can interpret that is like maybe spiritually or emotionally or intellectually. Like, people people come to you to feel nurtured and to feel cared for. Like, if they're having a problem, they can come to you, and and it fills up your cup to help them through a problem that they're having, um, which is just really amazing. This is a really, really beautiful energy. Again, same thing. Like, you think about cleaning up for people. Like, that is another act of love. Like, you're somebody who's very in these 3D material ways with your 3D material friends and family, and again, even people you don't know. Maybe it's part of your job to be cleaning up after people. Maybe it's part of your job to be cooking for people. Maybe it's part of your job to be a caretaker. Maybe you take care of animals or children or the elderly or anybody with that needs care. Maybe you've done some version of any of these jobs in your life, um, but you're just somebody who, like, genuinely finds joy in caring for others. And I think that's really beautiful, and that's something that people, real life people here on this earth, are just so grateful to to have felt your presence and to have felt your love in these ways. Man, and again, getting hit very hard emotionally here. Like, people just are so overwhelmed by, because I'm getting overwhelmed right now and I feel their energy. Like, they're so overwhelmed by your actions and your energy. Like, yeah, they're just so grateful that you exist, and that you, for whatever period of time it has been or was, that you were in their life, and that they were worthy enough to receive your love, um, in these ways, in these physical material ways. um, so that's really nice. um, with the tower here, what I'm seeing is, like, the tower has its own meaning, as far as the tarot and stuff, but I'm feeling very intuitive in this reading right now, just going off energy and the images, um, and obviously some of the original meaning. But basically, with this tower card here, what I'm getting is I'm seeing this person here, you know, very sad, very distraught, feeling very alone. And I think, with the Queen of Pentacles and that star energy, um, I think, going even deeper into what I was just saying, like, there's people in this world that have, in their really, really dark, just deepest, darkest times, when they just felt so cold and scared and alone. Excuse me. You were there for them when everything in their life was crumbling around them and they didn't know where to go. Either you came to them, or they knew that they could come to you, and that they could be supported in that time. Man, sorry, it's so hard to. I'm here trying to get you these messages, but I hope you guys can tell by how strongly these emotions are coming through. Like, I don't know if you hear it enough from these people in the 3D, but right now they're really really strongly coming through to tell you that you deserve to know that your effect on people in this world has been um, really invaluable. Like, they can't imagine. There are people in this world that cannot imagine where the hell they would be if you hadn't been in their life. So yeah, I think that's what's coming through with the tower here, is that people in very, very tough times have been able to lean on you, and you've really helped them get out get out of this deep dark cave and get back out into the world, and really given them light and love and warmth and care um, when they really needed it most. Oh, man. Okay. Um, you know what? I gotta blow my nose. I'm like freaking. I am full on crying, full on snotty right now. Um, you guys, you guys are so appreciated, and you guys are such a positive impact on this world. Um, with this Three of Pentacles in reverse here, I am I am very interested to, because I still don't exactly understand what this is trying to say. A lot of times, Three of Pentacles um, talks about like collaboration and working together. Um, okay, that makes sense. So I think that you're somebody who, like I said, you're so humble. You're not somebody who is gonna stand there and tell people like, "Oh yeah, um, I'm the best at this. I did everything by myself." Like, I'm just this amazing person. I think you're somebody who, even when, asked about all these amazing qualities about you, or when people tell you, like, oh, how did you get to be so nurturing and caring? Why are you so loving? Um, how do you have this beautiful, positive energy? Like, I think that you're somebody who will recognize, like, it it took a whole world of other people, like, to give me love in the first place, and if I didn't have those other people, I would not be who I am today. So I think something that people in your 3D appreciate about you is how much you appreciate them. Like, these people, as much as they're saying all these things about how wonderful you are and all the beautiful things you've given to them and brought into their life, I think they just appreciate so much that, even though they feel that way about you, and they might like put you on this pedestal sometimes as just this beautiful angel, that at the same time you appreciate them, and you're probably very vocal about that. Like, I think you tell people all the time, like, thank you so much for what you've done for me. um and I think that's really really cool of you guys. Like, you guys are just like a big ball of love, and I wish I could give you guys a hug, and I wish I could know you. Maybe I do know you, maybe I will know you in the future, but like, you guys are just a wonderful, beautiful person. Um, and yeah, just with this last card, what it's saying is that you are somebody who really recognizes the beauty in others and really appreciates them. Um, and yeah, you're just somebody who's very humble, who's very community oriented, and I think that's really beautiful. So, all right, that's. I mean, I'm sure I could keep pulling every single card in the deck, and they would all the good messages would not end for you guys, because you just have a wonderful energy, and I just got very overwhelmed by the amount of appreciation that people have for you here on this earth. But I'm gonna go ahead and stop that there so we can move on to the spiritual world. What spirits appreciate about you. And you know what? Actually, I was going to do a Misfit oracle to represent kind of how each one sees you. No, you know what? I'm still gonna do that. Okay, so the star was how people in the 3D see you. Excuse me. And there were a lot of messages that came with that. Now we're gonna see kind of the overall energy of how your spiritual tribe sees you and what they appreciate about you. So let's see what comes up with that. All right, spirit world. How are you seeing these guys? Okay. Gallows. 10, 15, 16. The gallows are at a standstill. Selfishness, upheaval, change, decisions, trials. Interesting. I was wondering, like, the card was taking a little while to come out, and so far in my experience, when that happens, the energy that I get is that it's gonna be kind of a tougher message to hear, maybe. So with this general energy of the gallows, um, being how the spirit world sees you, um, man, okay, so what I'm seeing here is, this person, and they have the noose around their neck, and it looks like they escaped the gallows. They escaped being, basically put to death for some reason or other. And the energy that I'm getting from this is like, it is heavy. Like I said, I think the reason it took a little longer to come out is because usually when that happens, it's a heavier message. Um, so this is going to be a little heavy, but again, this is something that the spirit world really appreciates about you. So just what I'm getting from this card is with the noose around the neck, and this person seeming like they escaped, um, they escaped this horrible fate of being hanged. I think what that's telling me is that you're somebody who maybe has felt like at some point in their life that they didn't that they didn't deserve to be here. Um, I know a lot of us in this world, in this human experience, we deal with deep depression, existential dilemmas. Why am I here? And what I was saying with that star energy before, I felt like you're somebody who's been through a lot, and that's shaped who you are. And I think that what your spiritual team is trying to say to you here is like, when you were at this time, when you were so low, and you didn't see any reason for you to be on this earth and to deserve a place here with the rest of us, that they were there with you, and they saw you. They always saw you for who you were, and they see your strength. Like, they're calling this out specifically to say, like, they appreciate how strong you are, that you've gone from a place where, like, you pretty much felt like you were better off dead than here in this world. um and you got to a place that I was just describing before, where people have felt so much love from you, so much compassion, so much understanding, and that you've lifted them out from a place like this. Um, and uh, Another thing that I'm noticing with this card is that this figure has no arms. And when I think about arms, I think about, like, power. That's our ability to do things here in the world. And, you know, with all these trees here, I'm getting the Lost in the Woods vibe. And I think that, you know, the the spiritual realm is really trying to tell you, like, they appreciate how far you've come, and they want you to see that too. Like, you literally have been in a place where you feel like, with the no arms, you can't do anything. You're not worth anything. You're not able to do anything. You're useless, basically, is what I'm seeing. This figure with no arms, it's somebody feeling like they're useless, like they have no use in this world, and they're lost in the woods. They feel alone. They feel like they don't know why they're here. With the noose around their neck, they're feeling like, why am I here? Like, I seriously have no reason for being here. And they just want to appreciate the sheer amount of strength that it took you to get through that time, however it is that you did that. And maybe that contributes to what I was saying before, about how much you appreciate other people, because I'm sure that there were, when you're this low in life, just the littlest thing, the littlest act of kindness and generosity and compassion and love can be enough to get you through another day. And yeah, your spiritual team just really wants to let you know how grateful they are that they could help you through this time, and that, even if you rejected them at this time, because at this time you felt like there's nobody out there, there's no God, there's nobody nobody looking out for me. Like, they were there, and they're so happy that at this point, you know, hopefully you can see that and you can feel their love, um, and just know that their love is so unconditional. And you know, now that you're out of this stage of life, like, they're just gonna keep bringing you more and more because you deserve it. You're somebody who gives so much to this world that now it's time for you to receive. um, yeah, so again, sorry, bit of a heavy message there, but just, that is a very real appreciation from these spirits that were with you in these darkest of times. um, and they just really respect the hell out of you, and want you to remember how strong you are for getting through all that and for becoming the person that you are today. Um, so now we're going to go ahead and use the Tarot of the Divine, of course, being that we are talking to divine powers, and see, just a little more in depth of what they appreciate about you. And I guess I will throw it out there, just because it's coming into my head. Um, like I said, the spirits, I'm really getting the vibe of they're telling you, like, hey, we have been there since day one, looking out for you, and you know, we are sorry that, at this time when things were really low, that there was only so much we could do, but like, you fought so hard to get to where you are now, and like, we are just going to keep bringing on the blessings to you as long as you keep living your truth and being this beautiful person. Like, you don't need any arms, like, you don't need to go out and get stuff, we'll bring it to you. um, because you're just exuding this beautiful positive energy, and it's just gonna everything's just gonna be attracted to you in that way, and you're gonna get all the things that you deserve from us. Um, so yeah, let's see what else they want to appreciate about you. All right. All right. Interesting. Very interesting. So actually, this Six of Wands and the Sun are giving me like a similar message, because the Six of Wands represents somebody who's like very much recognized, very much in the spotlight, somebody who's getting a lot of praise and stuff like that. And again, I said a lot about. Alright, sorry guys. So, of course, another technical malfunction happened. For some reason, my camera stopped recording right there where it cut out. But I had actually finished this portion of the messages from your spiritual guides and your spiritual team, and went on to messages from your future self and finished that. So I'm gonna have to go back and run through it, but luckily I do still have all the cards, and I do think that all these messages are very important for you to hear. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and keep going here. So with your spiritual team coming through with these cards here of what they appreciate about you, um, the Six of Wands represents somebody who's getting a lot of attention, a lot of recognition, a lot of praise for what they're doing. And, I was saying that you're probably somebody who um, doesn't get anywhere near the amount of recognition that they deserve, or appreciation that they deserve. And um, your spiritual tribe just wants to tell you how much they appreciate that, even though you're not being recognized for things. um, you're still doing them out of the kindness of your own heart. Like, you don't need to be out in the spotlight and having everybody say, "Oh, this person is so wonderful. This person is so nice." Like, you're just you're just doing these things because that's who you are. Um, and with the sun in reverse, I think that it was speaking to that a little bit as well. The sun can represent, like I said, somebody who's very much in the spotlight. Um, and I think this shows that, you know, you're you're not that person. If anything, a lot of the times you're behind the scenes, um, but you're still doing things um, to help other people. One thing that had come up for the Six of Wands in reverse was, um, oh, yeah, what I was saying was that people might actually take advantage of you in your life because um, they can see how powerful you are. And I had mentioned there's this show called The OA on Netflix. Um, stands for the original angel, the OA. And there's this quote in there that always really stuck with me about it said, like, people who really want power will always um, try to control those who actually have it. And I think that's something that you've experienced a lot in your life, is that people see people who want power, people who aren't like as strong as you and do all this deep inner work to get to where they are, to have this great amount of power and influence on others. They see you and they say, "Oh man, this person is amazing. This person is hardworking. This person attracts a lot of attention. People like this person. How can I use them to my benefit? How can I take advantage of them to help me?" And I think that's something you've experienced a lot. And I think that what your spirit guides are trying to bring through with this message is, like, you know, they appreciate how powerful you are and how humble you are. And that you're not out here just trying to take all the spotlight for being such a giver. Like, you do it because you know what it's like to be on the other side where somebody needs help. Um, but I think with that message coming through of people taking advantage of you, that they also want you to know, um, that it's important to be discerning um, with who you help out. Um, because again, there are people who are looking to take advantage of what you have to offer. Um, with the Knight of Cups, um, your spiritual team really wants to appreciate, like, how loving you are. This Knight of Cups is one interpretation that I've read, is that they are in love with love. Like, this is just somebody who just is full of love, just has so much love to give to others, and they do that. They're kind to animals, probably plants, kind to the earth, kind to people. Like, this person just has so much love to give, so much genuine love. And like I said, in this world, the spirit world looks at this world and they see so many people that are not genuine, and they're out here giving love so that they can get love back, or they're out here giving love so that they can get some kind of reward out of it. And that's not you, and they really really appreciate that you have that integrity of being somebody who's giving love just because you're very empathetic. Like you might resonate with being an empath or a highly sensitive person. Like you can tell when people are feeling down or when they need something because you've been there and you are very sensitive to their energy, and you don't want them to feel like that. And you're like, if I have something here in my cup that I can give to that person to make their day a little bit better, then I'm going to do that because they deserve that. And maybe I wish I had that at some point. um yeah, and I don't know if I mentioned this before, but like, as being somebody who comes from such a place where they've been kind of at this rock bottom where they don't even see any reason they should be alive on this earth, like, from that experience that when you're at that point and you have so little, being given just the smallest thing, the smallest amount, a smile, 50 cents, like, um, just being looked at in the eyes, being acknowledged, anything, like the smallest things can make the biggest difference in somebody's life when they're feeling like that. And that, and you've been through that, and that is part of your power, and the spiritual world wants you to know that, like, the only reason you've been through these hard things that you've been through is because, one, they knew you were strong enough to handle it and to come through the other side this beautiful, loving, humble person. But two, it also has shaped you, helped to shape you into that person. Like, you were meant to be in this very dark period because your power and your purpose in this world is to help people that are in that state. Like, people who need help, people who need love, people who need generosity, people who need compassion, people who need to feel seen, people who need to feel taken care of. Like, how it feels to be on that side, and you can recognize when people need that, and it fills you up to be able to help people in that situation. Like, that's part of your purpose, is you're here to raise the vibrational energy of the earth, I guess. Like, you're here to bring more happiness, bring more love, bring more oneness to this earth. um and yeah, your spiritual team just really wants you to know that they do feel for you, and they are sorry that there was only so much they could do for you in these low times. um but they have always been here, and they are still here, and you are very close to them. You're somebody who, the spirit world is just full of unconditional love. That's what they give to us, that's what they have to offer us. and you are very close to that, in that that's what you are giving out to the world. You know how to give unconditional love. You know how to love people regardless of whether they treat you right, or if they deserve it. Like, that's not up to you. Unconditional means unconditional. And yeah, one thing I was saying, while it wasn't recording, is that, you guys have this high perspective where your understanding of others, like, that people are inherently good, and if somebody is living from a place of fear, or somebody is being a bully, or somebody is hurting people, like, you don't just look at them and say, "Oh, fuck them, I'm gonna fight them," like they're the enemy. Like, the real enemy is whatever made them that way, whether it's society, whether it's their parents. Like, that there's some deeper reason for individuals showing these kinds of behaviors. Um, and you know that the only cure for any of that is more love. Like, you can't fight negativity with negativity. That just brings more negativity into the world. When you can bring love and compassion towards dark situations, like, then the light can be found. And yeah, your spiritual team just really wants to commend you for being so wise and for being so strong to come through everything that you've been through. Just this wonderful, compassionate, loving person. Um, yeah, and I think that's all I have there, for the messages from your spiritual tribe. They are very grateful for how humble you are and how loving you are and how much love that you give. And I'm really sorry that the video cut off. I do feel like my energy is different than the first time when I was originally channeling the messages, and I'm sorry if it feels a little bit off now, but you know, I am doing my best here to get you those messages that came through. Um, but you know, I am sorry if it's not coming with the same emotion that it did the first time. I know that's a big part of, channeling and getting these messages through is, when they're in the moment and I'm feeling that emotion, that you guys can feel it too. Um, but thank you. I want to appreciate you right now, for being patient with my technical difficulties and that sort of thing. So okay, I guess I should put these here for now. So the energy, moving on to what does your future self appreciate about you? Um, your future self is there in the future, living the life that they're living, and they're coming to communicate to you some appreciation. So the general energy that I got of how they see you, that they want to appreciate, was one, the witch came out, which being which being number one reminds me of the magician, and it has a similar energy, where this witch is very, very smart, very capable, um, and sees opportunities to make things happen. Um, the witch and the magician, they are master manifestors, and they know that they have everything available to them in their power to manifest uh, their thoughts and desires that they have, that they want to make a reality. Um, and the energy that I was feeling here was that your future self is in a place where they're feeling very successful. So, most of these messages that are going to come through are coming from your future self, who's reached this level of success, and they just want to appreciate all the things that you're doing right now that is helping to get you to where they are, in this stable place of success and joy and happiness and balance and fulfillment. Um, and one thing that came up with the witch, and manifesting, that had popped into my mind was like, there's a lot of people that that get caught in this trap of, thinking that they need more than they actually need to manifest their desires. And the example I gave was, like me starting this channel and doing these videos. Like, um, I could have very well never started it, because I could have been waiting to be able to buy fancy crystals, or buy a fancy camera, or a fancy microphone, or have 20 decks at my disposal. um, but I didn't. I just went for it. I said, I have a couple decks of cards. I have my little altar, my space. I have a nice phone to record with, and um, I have what I need to get this started, and everything else can come later. But that's the power of you guys. Whatever you guys are working on, you're not sitting there saying, "Oh, well, I can't start until I have this," or "I can't start till I have a better this." It's like, no, you recognize what you do have at your disposal, and you're going to use that for whatever it's worth right now, and hone your craft, hone your skills with what you do have, rather than never even starting because of what you don't have. And your future self is just like, thank you so much for that, because if you didn't have that courage and that strength to kind of push forward into the unknown without having, everything that you want, um, to start your path towards manifesting your goals, then they wouldn't be where they are today. And like I said, I really get the strong energy that they are in a place of success, they're in a place of happiness, and they are really, really grateful that you are doing what you can with what you have now, and not getting caught up in comparing to people who have more money or more resources or whatever, um, and that you're doing what you can with what you have. So with the devil card coming out in reverse with that, the message I was getting for what they appreciate is that, I was saying, coming from that gallows energy of, being through some really tough times, it's only natural that that we find coping mechanisms and behaviors, and sometimes even develop addictions, um, because we just need to get through that time. We just need something to make us feel better. We just need something to make us forget how empty and alone we feel and without purpose. Like, sometimes we need substances, sometimes we need, um, to, do things that are, we need to escape in some way. Could be watching TV, video games, whatever. There's so many things you can be addicted to in this life. Um, and one thing that I had mentioned was the like Latin root of the word addiction. I heard somewhere, um, basically talks about being a slave, and when you're addicted to something, you're a slave to that thing, and you don't have control over it. So I think your future self was coming through with this devil in reverse here to really appreciate all the hard work you're doing right now to, one, recognize these things that are addictions and that are holding you back in life, um, and two, like doing the work to find replacements for those things. As somebody who's dealt with a lot of addictions in my life, one thing that I live by when I feel like I'm, a slave to something, or I am addicted to something, is like, cold turkey on something is hard. Just saying, oh, I've always needed this thing, and now I'm just supposed to like throw it away and never use it again. Like, that's really hard to do. But I think one thing that helps with that is, finding a replacement. So, like, for example, say if your addiction is, um, drinking alcohol or smoking weed, something like that, some kind of substance. Um, Something that I have done in my life is like, okay, when I feel like I want that thing, I need a replacement thing. So, like, every time I want to smoke weed, maybe I go outside and I go for a walk, or I make myself something good to eat, just something that's a healthier, that's going to give you kind of that feeling that you're looking for. Because generally, if you're smoking weed or you're drinking alcohol, like, you want to feel better in your body. Exercise will make you feel better. Getting outside, getting some sun, getting some fresh air, even being under the moonlight, like, it will make you feel better. It will make your body feel better. Take a hot shower, take a nice bath, something like that. Get a massage. You know, um, just any number of things, but find something to replace that, because when you're just sitting there and saying, I can't have that, I can't have that, I want that but I can't have it, and then you're just kind of sitting there like not doing anything, that makes it really freaking hard to not just be like, oh well, you know what, I'm just gonna do it. Like, you need to have something else, or not you need to, but in my experience something that helps is to have something else to replace that addiction. Find a healthy addiction. And again, it's not even going to be an addiction because you're not going to be a slave to it. Um, I mean, I guess you might. You have to be careful of that. Like I said, somebody, if they're using that method and they, when they want something, they go for a run, they might become addicted to running, and then running becomes their escape, and they use that to not deal with their problems. But at the end of the day, the goal is to deal with the underlying cause of the reason you're seeking these things. Um, and I think you're doing that work right now. You're seeing why do I seek this addiction? Like, what is the feeling I get? What am I trying to avoid when I partake in these behaviors or possibly substances that are, not so healthy for me and maybe distracting me from actually living my life. So yeah, your future self is coming through with a big message there. Like, that is something that you deserve a huge pat on the back for, because that is something that is not easy at all. That was not even easy for me to kind of halfway describe in a decent way. I know that wasn't very eloquent, but it's like such a complicated thing, and the fact that you're doing that work right now does not go unnoticed, um, by your higher self and your future self, or by me for that matter. Like I said, I've been there. I know what that's like. Like, good for you. Um, stay strong and keep doing that hard work. So then we pulled some tarot to get some more in-depth messages um, from your future self. And there will be little pauses like that where I jump up and look at my camera, because I do not ever want to deal with this again, where I'm having to repeat my readings and not have that in the moment reading for you guys, because I think that is really the best way to get the messages through. But what came up from your future self was this Eight of Crystals in reverse, and the Eight of Crystals represents somebody. The example I used was like putting in effort day after day to achieve something, to manifest something. So I said, like, if you're, oh man, I totally forgot who it was, but whoever did the Sistine Chapel, if you're that guy and you're going to paint it, like, it's not just you get your paints and your brush and you're like, okay, today I'm going to paint the Sistine Chapel, and then you spend a couple hours and you're like, cool, done, masterpiece. No, that's something where you do a little bit one day, a little bit the next day, a little bit the next day, and it could take months or even years, you know, to manifest these great works that we have. Um, and I think that's something that your future self is really happy that you're doing, that you're able, with this devil energy. I think that's something that you're having to do. It really is a day by day thing, um, to get to that point where, like, you have more balance and you're not a slave to these things. That's not something that happens overnight. That's not something that happens over 2 nights. That's something that takes lots and lots of time and dedication, to achieve. And I just want to say, with all this addiction talk and devil energy, like, don't ever think that you have to or are going to be perfect with this. Like, having slip ups and backslides and um, things like that, like that is totally natural, and that is acceptable. Like the most important thing is that you are putting in that work every day to do better and to get yourself to a better place where you can have more genuine happiness and not just fleeting, like I said, escapes or pleasures or something like that. Um, so yeah, back to the Eight of Crystals. With it being in reverse, one thing I get with that is not only are you working hard on the things you're manifesting, but you're also putting in hard work on your inner world. All this stuff, everything I've been talking about so far in your reading, like to come from a place where you just like don't know what you're doing here, and you're depressed and you feel disconnected from everything and everyone, to a place where you're finding success and you're giving love out into the world. Like that takes a lot of work every single day to get out of bed, to make today a new day. And that's something that your future self is so happy for, because like I said, they're in the future and they're successful and they're happy. And and I think that everyone has the potential to see themselves in the moment right now as successful and having what they need to be happy. So I don't want you to think that like just this future version, like that's where your happiness is. Like no, the whole thing with this appreciation, I hope, shows you that you have a lot to be happy about right now, and that you are so successful right now. Like everything I was saying before, things you do for other people, things that you're doing for yourself, things that your spirits are proud of you for. Like there's so much that you can be happy for and feel like a success for right now. Like you are just killing it day to day and you are successful, and I hope that you are happy with the person you are, and that these messages coming through can help you in some way with that. um so yeah, Eight of Crystals, they're very happy of all the hard inner work you're doing and the hard outer work that you're doing. It's not easy. With this King of Swords that came out in reverse, um one thing I got from that was that you are somebody who's very, very responsible. The thing that I had brought up was I heard somewhere that there's a difference between fault and responsibility. Things have happened to you in your life that are other people's fault. Whether it's the way your parents treated you, whether it's the way that your peers treated you. Maybe you were bullied, maybe you were mocked, maybe you were made to feel outcast, like made to feel like your thoughts and opinions and desires don't matter. And all that stuff, that's other people's fault. They put that on you. But when it comes to responsibility, it's then our responsibility to deal with these traumatic um, events in our lives and deal with the fallout of that. And then take the responsibility on ourselves to put new thoughts in our heads, new beliefs, and to want better for ourselves. Like, so that was one thing that I was getting through, that your future self really appreciates, is that you um, are somebody who really understands that, and understands that, yeah, maybe things have been done to me and things have been programmed into my young brain that still stick with me, and I have traumas built into my body. Um, there's a book called The Body Keeps the Score, which you guys might want to check out. Um, but yeah, just your future self wants to appreciate that you are somebody who takes responsibility not only for their actions, but for the actions that others have put on you that have affected the way that you see the world. And you just totally take responsibility for your thoughts and your actions. And not a lot of people do that, honestly. So there's people out there who say, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, and that's, I mean, I guess sometimes that's the case, but right and wrong can, we can have a whole conversation about that some other time. But, you understand that there's always something that's in your control that you can take responsibility for and better a situation moving forward. And your future self is very very grateful to you, um, for being that way, because that's part of, um, what's made them, so successful. Is when you're blaming others for things, then you lose a lot of power that way. When you take the responsibility on yourself and you have this king energy of like, oh yeah, another thing I had brought up, it's like when you're the king and something goes wrong in your kingdom, like, you can't just say, oh well, that was that was their fault. um, I think the example I had was like, if there's something wrong with your economy of your kingdom, you can't just be like, oh well, that's the treasury department's fault, that's not my fault. I'm a good king, like I'm doing my best. Like, that's all stuff that takes away your power, and that's not what a king does. A king says, okay, damn, I'm in charge, I'm the king, what can I do to make that situation better? And yeah, your future self is just really stoked that you have that attitude, um, because that's put them in a place of, like I said, a lot of success and a lot of power. um, and with the Five of Wands that came out here, um, I got that as your future self saying that they are very grateful that um, you're able to see other people's perspectives. You don't just write them off as, oh, they're right and I'm wrong. You hear them out. You try to find the value in your differences. Um, and also with it being in reverse, I think that you're doing a lot of, again, inner work, um, and taking responsibility of your thoughts, um, to deal with conflicting thoughts in your head. Because one thing that I had mentioned is like, as you move forward in life and the more successful you become, the more you have to lose. And sometimes the sheer reality of that can cause anxiety in us and cause us to stop moving forward out of fear and out of doubt. Um, but I think that, like I said, with this witch energy, with all these energies that have been coming out, like, you have the strength to move forward into darkness. Like, even though you don't know exactly how the next step is going to play out, you're taking it. Like, even if there's fear of losing something, if you try to go for the next step, like, you're still taking it because you've lived so long in that energy of like thinking that you can't do things and thinking that you're not capable, or that you don't compare to other people out there who are living their dreams. But I think that, you know, with all your hard work and your strong spirit, and with the help of your spiritual team, like, you are seeing that you do deserve to get to wherever it is you want to go. But that part of getting there is your choices and your actions that you take. Um, and yeah, I think your future self is just super, super grateful that you are not um, letting yourself go back and forth in your head as much anymore, like, and letting doubts and anxieties and insecurities take over. You're like, okay, yes, all that stuff might happen, but then like everything could also go really well, and everything could go where I want it to go, and I need it's not going to if I don't take that chance. So I'm gonna go for it, and if it doesn't work out, then there's probably some reason for that. Either I'll be redirected somewhere else because that step wasn't where I was supposed to go, or I meet resistance, and then that just builds more strength for me to move forward. Oh yeah, one thing I had mentioned was like failure, like being afraid of failing is something that I think is very misconstrued to a lot of us. Like people see failure as, oh, you try something and then you fail, so like you give up because you didn't have something that you needed to that you should have had to get through that without failing. But it's like if you have a more constructive mindset, then you try something and you fail, and rather than thinking, oh, I didn't have what it takes, or I didn't have this, or I should have done this, you take that failure and you say, okay, damn, I needed that failure because I just learned this, and now I'm stronger. It's not that I don't have something, now I have more because of that failure. um, and yeah, your future self just wants you to know that, like, don't see failure as something that holds you back. Failure is something that's helping you get to where you're meant to be, like I said, because either you fail and you realize you want to go a different way, and that's gonna be where you're meant to go, or you fail at something and you realize, oh, I needed that lesson to be ready to go where that next step was gonna take me. Um, so yeah, really, really cool messages from your future self there. Oh yeah, one last thing that I had gotten from all of this energy was it popped into my head Cinderella story, um, because remember that Queen of Pentacles that came up in the what people in the 3D world appreciate about you. It showed somebody cooking and cleaning and taking care of a baby, um, and that totally reminded me of Cinderella, because along with a lot of the energy, a lot of the other energy that came through for you was, Cinderella was this girl who didn't have a lot to live for. She lost her family. She's living with these horrible people that are mistreating her, that are taking advantage of her, that are abusing her, that are belittling her, like, and she still has this like strength and this kindness to like take care of them. She's cooking for them, she's cleaning for them, she's, taking care of the cat who's also like super mean, but and she still like has this extra energy on the side. She doesn't go through that and say like, fuck the world sucks so much. Like, maybe she might have felt like that at times, but what we see that's inspiring in the story is that she's still, she has a little bit of cheese, she's giving it to the mice, and she's making friends, and she just still has this beautiful heart, and she perseveres through these hard times. And the spirit world sees that. Her fairy godmothers come in, and they they help her out, like, and I think that's what's happening to you right now. Like, you've been through so much, and it's built this amazing person that you are, that you've always been. um, but the experiences help to shape the 3D version of you. um, and the spirit world is now saying like, hey, like, now we're gonna bring you some blessings that you're ready for, and you have a lot to offer this world, and it's time to bring that to them. And part of that is, one, believing that you're worthy, believing that you can be a king, believing that you can be, and again, this just goes with energy, king, queen, um, whatever, has nothing to do with gender, but it's just that energy of you being somebody that people look up to, you being a leader. Um, and I think that's what you're meant to be. I think that's who this future self is. It's somebody who's a leader, and somebody who has a light to show the world. Um, and just by being the loving, caring, beautiful person that you are, like, that's how you're leading the world, both now and in the future and in the past. Like, You know, a lot of stuff came up about how people see you, that like that is your energy. You are a leader, you're a natural leader. You're somebody that just by being themselves inspires other people to be better versions of themselves and be more compassionate, and you just breed more love and more compassion into this world. Um, so yeah, like I said, a Cinderella story I think is your story, where you're coming from just not not the greatest of circumstances, and you're moving into having it all, literally having everything that you dreamed of and having your happily ever after, and you deserve that so much, and it is coming to you. Don't give up, and keep working hard, and you know, enjoy the ride, enjoy the path there. Like I said, where you are now is so much better than you were in the past, and where you are in the future is so much better than where you are now. But every step of the way, there's so much to be appreciated. um, so you know, I hope that gives you a lot of things that you can appreciate about the here and now, about yourself, because between between the people around you in the world, between the spirits watching you all around, and from yourself in the future, and even from me, how I feel, you know, connecting with your energy and seeing you in this way, like you are so appreciated, um, in this world. So now we're going to go ahead and pull out the inner child oracles, and okay, we're gonna see what comes out. And as far as appreciation, I've been kind of back and forth about it, if it's gonna be, you know, because there's some in here that are more like heavier topics, and some that are more like, you know, oh, this is a happy inner child card, and some that are, you know, kind of heavy. So I don't know if it's gonna be like something to appreciate your inner child for. Yeah, I mean, I guess that would work for any case. Whatever card comes out, it's gonna be something that you right now can appreciate about your inner child and what they've been through. So let's see what comes out here. Okay, we got two. Okay, so we have 7 with organized chaos, and Poppy with time and attention in reverse. So I'll start with 7, with organized chaos. That's a really cool name. Reminds me of 11 from Stranger Things, which I also thought was a super cool name. We should have more number names. All right. My name is 7, and I am a conduit for chaos. People might look at me and think I'm a mess, but I am in complete control. I can make anything out of anything. I can transform even the ugliest of forms into a masterpiece with the snap of my fingers. You can't always judge a book by its cover. When 7 appears, it's time to give your inner child a little credit. Have you been feeling like a hot mess lately? Take a deep breath, unclench your jaw, and remember who the F you are. Success, having it together, being on track, don't have to look the way the world tells you. Tune in. Does life feel messy according to your set of standards or someone else's? It's important to remember that each and every person gets to set their own standards in life, and that with authentic expression, possibilities are endless. 7 has that energy that reminds us that we can create from anything, and that anything we create can be perfect because we and not anyone else gets to decide what perfect is. Wow, that's really cool. And the mantra for 7 is I am perfect in all my mess and all my glory. And then if you want to take a look at some of these remedies for the organized chaos. Um, so yeah, I think that's definitely something um, to appreciate about your inner child that maybe you're working on right now. Like it said, maybe if you're feeling like a hot mess or that things are kind of messy in your life or that they don't make sense, it's like, okay, but do you really think that? Or yeah, how I was saying before, like how there's so much to be appreciated about the here and now. Like a lot of times we're not in that energy of appreciating where we're at right now because other people tell us like, oh well, success means this, or you can relax when this happens, or you can feel successful when you have this. But it's like at the end of the day, our inner children, they don't they don't think about all that stuff like until it gets programmed into us. Like, you know, sometimes we're happy with accomplishing something even if we didn't get an award for it, even if it doesn't look the greatest, but sometimes somebody will look at something that we're proud of and say, "Oh, is that really the best you can do?" or something like that. And it just little stuff like that just can like completely fuck us up in the head. And um I think this is a really cool card and a great message, um to say, you know what, like maybe other people don't appreciate the way I do things, but I do because it's my way. um so yeah, um I think that you guys are perfect in all your messiness, and I hope that you guys can be in that energy too and appreciate that the way you do things, as much as they might seem crazy to somebody else on the outside, like it's working for you and it feels right to you and it feels good to you and it feels like success to you. So, um, yeah, definitely important to appreciate what makes you different and um, appreciate, being a unique individual that doesn't have to do things the way everybody else says they should be done. So with Poppy, time and attention in reverse, let's see what that has to say. Hey, my name's Poppy, and I have all the time in the world. Pull up a chair, let it all out. I have an enormous capacity to hold space for others. I make the perfect tea that melts all your worries. I process my own emotions and heal myself, so I don't rely on others for that. I am more of the mom friend in the group, you know? They need me strong. When Poppy arrives in a reading, it's time to let it all out. She is that warm hug that melts open the walls around your heart and helps you sink into your truth. Your inner child has learned to hold it all in, to be the strength and the glue for everyone else. But that means there is no one to be that for you. It's important for everyone, especially the strong ones, the leaders, the wave makers, to have an outlet. It might seem easier and more efficient to deal with it all on your own, but it's your inner child that needs the outlet and safety that deep and reciprocated connection brings. It's time to let your inner child have a voice. It's okay not to be okay. It doesn't mean you are a mess or incapable. It means you are human. So let it out, be seen, and keep going. And then reversed. When reversed, there is a part of you that is not receiving enough time and attention. Nikki is a great card to read for inspiration. And the mantra for Poppy is my vulnerability makes me stronger. And then there's some remedies and journaling questions there for you guys. Um, So yeah, with Poppy coming out in reverse, there's a part of you that's not receiving enough time and attention. You know, I think that comes with you being such a giving person. You know, that's always going to be a part of you, and that's such a beautiful thing. But with this card coming out, it's definitely giving me the energy of that. Um, you know, there's a little more time that can be spent on you and what you deserve and what you need. Because, like I said, if you are an empath or a highly sensitive person, something like that, um, you know, you can be very focused on other people's feelings, and that's what makes you such a wonderful giver. Um, but it's definitely so important to make sure that you get the time and attention that you deserve. And you know, like it said, I really hope that you have somebody with the space in your life to hear you out and to make you feel like your needs and the stuff that you want to talk about and let out is important. And if you don't, I hope you find that. And I just want you to know that, like, whoever you are, like, I am here and I am definitely that type of friend. And if you have anything that you want to talk about, you know, hit me up in the comments, or if you have my Instagram, like, hit me up anytime, and like I will make that time to listen to you and talk to you. Um, yeah, just throwing that out there. And then it also says here that Nikki is a great card to read for inspiration. So I like to take, you know, that's how these messages from the Great Spirit work is, you know, if they're telling you, if they're guiding you somewhere, you know, take that guidance and see what it has to say, because there will be a message there for you. So 31, Nikki. So what did it say? Nikki is a great card to read for inspiration. So this is going to be a card that we need for inspiration um, with these parts of our inner child. And then also, I guess, with the Poppy time and attention coming out, like, one thing to appreciate about your inner child is how strong they are, how much you've always been that person, like I said, that people can come to you during their darkest hours and you have that space to listen. Like, appreciate that about yourself. Like, that is wonderful. And know that if you can be that for other people, you deserve for someone to be that for you as well. Um, so, yeah, just wanted to throw that in there too. Nikki. Nikki with security and safety. Hey, hey, hey. Nikki's the name. I am a walking miracle because I decided to be. I learned how to meet my own needs as a child in a healthy and balanced way. That same level of self care made it easy for me to honor and love myself in all the choices I make. As a result, my life is overflowing with abundance. I am grounded in myself and feel safe and secure, knowing I will always be there for me. If Nikki comes to visit, it's clear that your inner child needs to learn to self soothe and care in healthy ways. When we are full of ourselves and our own powerful energy, we become magnets for all that we desire. But safety and security have to come from within. Have you been reaching for the external, money, relationships, success, for your sense of safety and security? Nikki is here to say you are your own source of security and safety. Abundance, peace, and power come from within. You may have learned from a young age to look outside of yourself for your sense of comfort. Maybe you depended on others for your abundance, motivation, discipline, and now you are left to figure it out on your own. It's time to teach your inner child that they have everything they need within them. When Nikki shows up, it's time to be your own source of it all. And the mantra with Nikki is I am safe within myself. I am my own source of abundance. And there's some remedies and journaling questions there for her. Um, so yeah, I mean, that is very inspiring. That goes with the message that Seven had to bring too. It's like, you know, rather than looking for validation from other people that you're on the right path or that you're doing things the right way. It's like, ask yourself, like, with the decisions I'm making right now, am I on the right path? Do I feel like I'm on the right path? Do I feel like this is taking me where I want to go? Not like, is this taking me where other people are going to say, "Oh, yeah, good job. Like, you made the right call." Like, that's great to get support from other people, but that should only matter if it resonates with how you feel your life is going. Like, so many of us spend so much time trying to do things the way that we think we're supposed to do them, or do things in a way that's going to get us validated. But it's like, generally the people who do things uh and seem crazy at first are the ones that end up getting to exactly where they want to go, because they're not being held back by the opinions of others. um so yeah, I think that's all we got for the inner child stuff on your reading. And I'm just gonna finish it with a couple of these matches. And just want to say thank you again so much if you picked this pile. I know you guys are cool, because one, I mean, just everything that came out was just a beautiful energy. You guys are a beautiful person. But also, being that my camera malfunctioned midway through and that I had to kind of get back into it, I did feel off a little bit. And I feel like if, the universe called you guys to this pile, that you guys really must be very understanding and compassionate and deep and wise, because some people, they see things on the surface and they feel that sense of energy and they're like, oh well, I don't want to watch this anymore, or something like that. I don't know. But I know that you guys are here for the genuine messages that come through, and I just really appreciate that. um So yeah, I'm only gonna do two from now on. My readings have been getting very long. There's always so much that comes through. So I'm just doing two. You can listen to both or pick one if you like. Um, this one says, visualize cutting all ties to relationships that no longer serve you. Visualize cutting all ties to relationships that no longer serve you. And I mean, that definitely sounds like it goes with a lot of stuff we were talking about. Like I said, if there's anybody in your life that is judging you, that's making you feel like, again with that seven card, if they're telling you that you're a mess, or you don't know what you're doing with your life, like, you know, don't be afraid to cut them out. Don't be afraid to say, this person doesn't see me for who I am. This person doesn't have the capacity to appreciate who I am. This person is not supporting me. I don't need that in my life right now. And it doesn't mean that you have to be like hateful about it, um, or dismissive or anything like that. But it's just, again, by showing love to yourself, that energy that came up with Nikki about safety and security coming from yourself. It's like, you know, if a relationship is not serving you, then it's probably hurting you. And like, if you don't mm, keep that energy out of your life and create that healthy boundary of not letting that energy into your life, then it will bleed into your life and affect your decisions. And that's not going to take you where you want to go. um, and yeah, what I was saying before about that Six of Wands in reverse, um, you know if if there's people out there that see your power and they just want to use it for themselves and not give two shits about what you need and what you want and what's best for you, like, cut those people out too, for sure. Next one, list traits you love about yourself. That also sounds very perfect. I mean, yeah, that's a perfect ending to this reading. Like all this appreciation for you. Um, maybe end it off with listing, list traits you love about yourself. What do you appreciate about yourself right here, right now? Write it down, make it real, and have that connection to yourself, have that experience with yourself. Um, that's a very beautiful thing. Oh, wow. Thank you guys so much um, for listening to this reading and for sharing your energy with me. You guys are just really amazing people, full of so much love. And I really appreciate you guys watching this video. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting the thumbs up. If there are any messages you have for me or anyone in this community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see this channel grow, please show your support. Please show your support by subscribing and telling your friends if they're into spiritual shit. Um, Happy holiday times or whatever time it is you guys are watching this. Could be the middle of the summer, whatever. Um, much appreciation, much love for you guys. Thank you so much. And until next time, see ya. All right, what's up, group 2? Welcome to your reading. You guys chose this little baby rose. This is gonna be what others in this universe and even your future self appreciate about you. Put that right there. I can't stand it up because on group 1 I learned that when I shuffle the cards, it flies off the little stand that I made. Sorry, just making sure you guys can see that. But yeah, we're gonna see first off what people in the material world, in the 3D world as they call it, what they appreciate about you. Why, in their eyes, in their minds, in their hearts, are they grateful that you exist and that they have at some point in some way interacted with you. So I'm starting out with each group of beings that we're asking about their appreciations for you. I'm using the Mystic Misfit Oracle deck to get just a general energy of how they see you. And we'll get some appreciations through that, and then we're going to look into it a little more deeply with the tarot. So, sorry, my brain totally just like short-circuited when I was trying to talk about the Mystic Misfit Oracles. I don't know why I thought I had the name wrong. So yeah, let's get into it. Let's see. People, friends, family, strangers. It could be anybody in this world, what they appreciate about you. All right, so you guys got 2. All right, we got Lovers and the Observer. I'm actually going to go this way. Okay, so I'm just going to get a little bit of extra information here from the guidebook. So the Observer watches the skies, unlocking hidden messages. She is cautious, clever, and aware. Understanding, cautious, clever, patience, endurance, connections. So I have actually come across this card before. With the Observer, what I think people in this world they appreciate about you is how much they see you as very wise, essentially. You're somebody who has a high level of intuition. I get with this crescent moon on the third eye here, um, that you're somebody who's very, very intuitive, and that you, because you don't only rely on your sensory perceptions, you pick up on things that other people don't. And I think people find that like very mystifying about you. Like maybe, yeah, it just kind of baffles them sometimes, maybe the way that you see the world, because a lot of people, they overthink, they rely on what they can see and what they can logically explain, and you're somebody who is very in touch with their intuition, and that you essentially are have very highly psychic abilities. I think um, most most people who are highly psychic would agree that everybody has psychic abilities. It's just whether or not you take the time to get in touch with those and to listen to them, um, rather than, again, letting your brain take over and explain those things away. Um, I think you're definitely the former type of person where you're very intuitive, and I think people appreciate that. I think maybe when people are around you, you inspire that in them. Like you say things about maybe a decision you made, and when you tell somebody about it, they're like, "Oh, well, what about this?" Or like, "Didn't you think about that?" Or "What if this happens?" And you're just like, yeah, that's true. That might happen, but like I feel in my gut, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like I'm pretty sure it's gonna go this way, and that's why I'm doing this. Like you don't need to explain things, and I think a lot of people are like very taken aback by that, because again, you don't, in modern society. That's not something that's very praised. If anything, that's looked down on. If people make decisions um, without, quote unquote, thinking it through, then people see that as stupid or reckless or something like that. But I think that there are many people in the world, and even those people that are like, again, saying that that's something that maybe you shouldn't do. I think even at some deep level, it's because um, they wish they could be like that. Our inner children are like that. They do things because they get a feeling and they go towards it. They're like, "Oh, look at that tree. Let me go climb it." They don't think, "Oh, I might mess up my shoes," or "Oh, what if I cut my hand?" A kid's just like, "I want to do that. I'm gonna go do that." So I think that's something that people really appreciate about you. Another thing that I get with this card is that, with these big horns here, it reminds me of Aries. And with Aries, one big thing that stands out to me is that they're the first sign in the zodiac, and that they, in my experience, they're people who will charge forward without seeing the whole path. Like they're very brave in that way, and I think that goes hand in hand with what I was just talking about before with the intuition. Like again, you don't need to be able to logically say, "Oh, this is going to happen and then it's going to go like that and then like that." Like you just get a feeling and then you go for it. And I think people really appreciate that about you. Maybe there's things that people have been afraid to do in their lives, um, because they've overthought it and they've got in their head with anxieties and worries, and maybe got in a state of like analysis paralysis where they don't go for something that they really want to do, and then they see you just go and do it because, again, you've exercised this muscle of following your intuition, following your gut feelings, and just being a brave person in general. um, that you've gone and done it, and then they look at you and they say, "Wow, like it can be done. Like you don't have to have the whole plan. Like the 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 first step is having faith and just going into it and just doing it." Like That's funny. I was about to say just do it, and then I saw kind of the moon here, and I imagined it just like kind of shifting apart and turning into like the Nike swoosh. Like you just do it. You don't need all these explanations and stuff like that. Um, so yeah, that's um, all I'm getting right now for this card as far as what people appreciate about you. And with this Lovers card, I'm gonna go ahead and read again what the little book says about that. The lovers cling to once was had, loss, reflection, regret, apprehension, love, self. Um, this is another card that I'm getting more used to seeing with this deck. What I get from this lovers card is that you're somebody who, you know, like I was saying with this observer card, you are somebody who's very intuitive and somebody who's very brave and rushes forward into things. And one thing I forgot to mention is usually I see this as, that makes you a little bit spiritually wise anyway, maybe also materially, but you tend to be like ahead of people. Like I said, when you are very close to your intuition and you're close to your spiritual guidance, um, you tend to be more aligned with your higher self and your higher purpose. And unfortunately, majority of people in the world are not on that level. It's usually people like you who are here to guide them and inspire them and get them closer to those things, and that's kind of your purpose. But one thing I see that I didn't want to mention before because I didn't really see how it connected to appreciation, but now it's starting to come in, is that with the observer card, they look very lonely, and they're out here in space by themselves and looking out to the stars because they feel like they are very close to the heavens, and they feel like sometimes they can't relate to people here on the 3D earth. um, and like I said, they're always kind of looking up to you and looking at you as this like uh, ethereal esoteric being, that you kind of feel like where are the other people like me, or what's out there. um, but with this lovers card coming in here with that, I think that that's telling me that you're somebody who, even though you're in this position of being highly spiritually aware and evolved, um, and highly psychic and most likely highly successful, um, like I said, with that Aries part of it, and charging forward in your life, and making things happen. With the lovers, what it gives me the energy of is somebody who wants to take people with them. They don't just look at other people as like, oh, you're beneath me, or oh, you don't understand this, so that makes you not on my level, so like I'm only gonna mess with people on my level. Like with this lover's energy, it shows me somebody who looks at people who are not on their level, um, and who may be more lost. And I'm not saying that you have it all figured out. Even people who are close to spirit, like, we feel lost too. I'm sure you feel lost plenty of times, but just like I said, with people who are a little more lost and very out of touch with their intuition and kind of don't see the bigger picture of having more meaning in their life, you look at them and you have compassion for them, and you want them to know the things that you know. um, and I think when we're younger, um, and we have relationships, we are kind of on the same level. We're kids and we don't know anything, um, but then sometimes as we get older, like I said, you start doing all this spiritual growth, and then some other people maybe resist it for some reason, or they go through things that kind of stunt their spiritual growth. And like I said, rather than you being somebody who looks at them and saying like, oh well, they just couldn't keep up with me, I think you very much miss having that connection with them, where at one point you were, you were both just on the same level, you were both the same amount of lost in the world. um, and I think that what this is saying that people appreciate about you is your humility, um, which also came up a lot in pile one, or in group one. And I called them pile one, I think, for the whole thing. I think because a lot of readers that I watch, they usually go with piles, and they say pile one, pile two, pile three, and that just kind of sticks in my head. But anyways, with group one, a big message of humility came out. So I don't know, there may be messages for you in that reading as well. That'll be up to you to decide if you want to check it out. But I think, yeah, one thing people really appreciate about you is that you, no matter what you're doing in life, like I said, these brave adventures you're taking, this success that you're going for, I believe the success that you're attaining, being that I got this strong energy of you being a highly intuitive person, um, that, and also with the Lover's card, I get this energy as well as somebody who's, in a way leaving people behind because they're moving forward in their own life. Um, and I think that's something that happens to a lot of it, if not everybody. I mean, nobody grows up and just keeps all their friends and all their family and, knows everybody that they ever knew until they die. There's always that point of when you have to let go of people or life takes you different directions. And I think what this Lover's card is coming through to say about people in the 3D world is that they really appreciate that if they ever hit you up, or whenever you do have time and you have space to get back in touch with people, it's like you're still that same person they remember, and you still treat them the same as you did, back whenever it was when you guys were closer. And I think that's a really beautiful thing. A lot of people can, you know achieve success, and they can grow and forget where they came from, and forget the people that helped shape them into who they are. And what I get from this energy is that you're not somebody who's done that. You're somebody that looks back at things. The image is this person clutching a skull, and there's all these bones around. It's essentially you look back fondly at things that are no longer there. With the death card in tarot, there's a skull on there, and it represents change and transformations. And I think this is just showing that you're somebody who looks back on things that are no longer how they used to be. And there's a part of you that wishes that you're probably a very sentimental person. Probably somebody who keeps a lot of things from the past, be it photos. Maybe you look back at old photos a lot and have that sentimental feeling. You reminisce, you feel that nostalgia. um, and that's a very sweet thing. And I think people, like I said, they really appreciate that about you. They appreciate you for being so brave and for charging forward with things and showing them that what they might think is impossible or unachievable is achievable if you can be brave, and if you can go with your gut and not overthink things. I think you probably give them really good advice, being that you are highly intuitive. I think, as the observer, you can probably see people's problems. Like, even if they come up to you and they just explain to you a situation, whether you know them a little bit or you know them very well, like, you probably have wonderful advice to give them. And I think that's another thing that people really appreciate you. And again, with this Lover's card, people just appreciate that no matter where you go in life, no matter how big you get, how successful you are, that you are somebody who still has love for, it's funny, I quit my job recently, and my boss was telling me, like, in a jokey way, like, hey, don't forget about us little people down here. Like, I think that's how people feel about you. Like, no matter how big you get or whatever success that you move on to, like, you do not forget about those little people that, maybe have not been able to do those things yet, and possibly, never will make moves to a level of success that you do. But again, success is relative, and that's for everyone else to decide. But again, this is more just referring to people who hold themselves back because of fear and things like that. I think that's the only thing that makes us not successful, is when, we get afraid and we let that fear control us and stop us from making our dreams reality. But again, I just think that, anybody that you have quote unquote left behind, or that, isn't as much in your story now, that you look back on them and you still treat them with so much respect, and you still give them so much love, and you reminisce with them and you say, remember this, remember when we used to do this. And that just really, like, makes people feel special. The fact that you remember them. So yeah, well, a lot of energy from your first two cards there. Now we're gonna go ahead and dive in with some more appreciations from people here in the 3D. One thing I'm getting as well is maybe, like, maybe you're a very charitable person. One energy that I'm getting, just, I don't know, when I was about to move on, I kind of got a nudge, like, hey, actually, say one more thing about this. Maybe you're somebody who's very charitable, maybe somebody who sees people, like I said, you're a very humble person. You know what it's like to come from humble beginnings. And, I think that you have a lot of compassion for people. So I could definitely see you as somebody who's always, if there's homeless people, you talk to them, you make them feel seen, you give them, some spare change or whatever it is that you might have, a piece of food or something like that. I am getting that energy from you guys as well. You just seem very kind and very giving and very generous and very sweet. So let's see what else people in the 3D world appreciate about you, why they are grateful for your existence here on this earth. What in the world? So, yeah, I definitely think that group 1 might have some messages for you guys, because the tower also came up in that reading as well, for what people in the 3D appreciate about them. And sorry, I will be pausing probably many times throughout the video, because for group 1, something happened with my camera where it stopped recording about halfway through, and I had to go back and redo the second half of the reading, and it kind of threw things off a little bit. Nothing too crazy, but definitely don't want to have to lose that momentum again. I think these readings are best when it's in the moment, something comes out and you interpret it, and I think that's just how the channeling works best for me, is when everything's in the moment. So yeah, with this tower coming out again, I'm getting the same feeling, being that, of course, we're asking the same question, same exact question. What do people? And if I point to this light, it's because I have my green light on for this reading, because that's um, representing the heart chakra, and that's charging my heart chakra energy, being that this is about appreciation and love. Um, so yeah, that's why if I ever say the word love and I point over here, it's because that is representing love to me. Excuse me. But anyways, with this Tower card coming out, you see this figure here. They're very distraught, very sad, clutching themselves. The Tower represents this moment in life where things are kind of falling apart around you, and you're not really sure, where you can find stability. And I think that that's something people appreciate about you is, you know, again, you are so intuitive. So if somebody's going through a rough time, um, and they're coming to you for help, or even if not, if you just see them in that situation, like, you offer them love, you offer them support, um, in whatever way that you can, so that they don't have to feel like this. I'm getting this energy again, same thing I got from group one, where you are likely someone who identifies as an empath or a highly sensitive person. And if you don't, maybe that's something to look into, because I'm getting that energy strongly here with all these messages coming through. But yeah, with the Tower, I think people really appreciate that, um, when things are kind of falling apart around them and they're very confused and very lost. You're somebody who has the wisdom and the insight and the faith and the connection to spirit, and the experience, because I know you've been through things as well that have given you this perspective and given you this strength to be who you are, that you have that to offer to people. And again, from your energy and you being able to say like, hey, I know you're going through this right now, like, I'm here for you. That is really scary. You get on their level, and don't ever try to tell somebody like, oh, like, it's not that bad, oh, it'll all be okay. Like, no, you're on that other level where you're like, yeah, I hear you, yeah, that's scary, like, how can I help, what can I do? I've been in that situation, and I know it's hard, but you know try to do this, or maybe offer some little advice. But for the most part, like, I think when somebody's at this level, when they're that anxious and distraught, like, the best thing to do is to just be there for them and give them support and listen to them, and just let them know that if they need anything, you're there for them. um, and I think that's really beautiful, and I think people really appreciate that about you. With this Justice card, I'm getting the energy of that. You're somebody who's very fair. I think people appreciate that. Um, if they come to you with something, like, you're gonna be honest, even if brutally so. Like, I think that people know if they come to you, um, maybe looking for a specific answer, like, you're not exactly the person that's going to give them that answer. You're going to be somebody that's going to give them your answer, and you're going to give them the truth, um, based off how you see it. And, some people don't appreciate that. Some people, they come and they think they're asking for advice, but really what they want is, like, validation. Or they think they want your honest opinion, but really what they want is for you to agree with their opinion. And I don't think you're somebody that does that. And I think, like I said, some people don't appreciate that, but there are many people who do appreciate that you've done that for them at some point. Like, maybe you've called them out, um, when they're making excuses, or they're thinking that they're in the right when maybe they're not, and they should think about something. That's definitely the vibe I'm getting from here. And with this again, kind of third eye looking thing up here, I think that's something that helps you discern what's going on. Because again, some people, like I said, if they're all up in their head, they can justify things, they can make excuses for things, they can explain things in a way that benefits them or makes them the good guy. And I think that because they know that you're somebody who's generally um, not a victim to those things, you're somebody who can see things a little more clearly and has a lot of wisdom, that when you do drop these truth bombs on people, that they, even if they don't like it at first, maybe later they think about it and they're like, damn, like I really needed to hear that, and I think you really need to hear this, because I know what that's like too. And sometimes it hurts, like I said, with the Lover's card, and the Observer, you're somebody who's probably generally evolving spiritually at a higher rate than the people around you. And when that happens, and you're an honest person and you're blunt, um, and you have a lot of integrity, like you're not going to sit there and feed somebody what they want to hear just because you can intuitively sense what they're looking to hear. Like deep down what is right and what unconditional love would do, and unconditional love would tell the truth no matter how much it hurts or no matter how bad it makes you look. Even if it makes you look bad to this person or it hurts their feelings, it's the right thing to do, to tell them the truth. And that will help them in their spiritual growth to look past these limiting beliefs or these things that they're doing to justify their actions. um, and yeah, I think you just need to hear that, like, that doesn't go unnoticed, and that is appreciated by people in the 3D world, even if maybe they don't admit it. um, this is coming through in this reading, to let you know that even if you piss some people off, or even if you hurt their feelings or you hurt their ego, like at some point, even if they didn't have the guts to come and tell you, like, hey, sorry I lashed out at you when you told me the truth and I wasn't ready to hear it, like they feel that way. um, and I think you really needed to hear that message, because I know that I'm sure there's so many times that this has happened and you've lost friends, or people have just acted differently towards you because they couldn't handle, maybe they had a big ego, they had a lot of work to do on their ego, and maybe they didn't want to do it. And I think a lot of times when that happens, people deep down, they know that you were right, or had a point, or saw something that they were trying to cover up. And they never, even though they did take that lesson and it did help them grow into a wiser, more evolved person, um, I'm sure there's more often than not, people never came back to you and said thank you for that, thank you for being real, thank you for being honest with me. um, so you're getting that message here and now. Snaps to you for that. You a real one for real. All right. With the 10 of Cups, 10 of Cups represents like harmony, kind of dreams coming true. So as far as what people appreciate about you with that, I think maybe that's your energy in general. Like when you get together with people, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting. Like when you spend time with people, you're all the way there. Like sometimes when we spend time with our friends or with our family, it's like, you're interacting with them and you're looking forward. Like we all expect this mutually beneficial relationship. And we all, ideally want this equal back and forth where there's just this feeling of appreciation and love and harmony. Um, and unfortunately, it's not always like that. Sometimes people have drama, and conversations and experiences can be very one-sided, and I'm sure you're used to that. Like I said, being as evolved as you are, I think you get a lot of people coming to you with problems or things like that, and I don't think that's something that um, is a bad thing. Again, I think that's part of your purpose in this world. Um, but I think that when people are with you, they don't feel like that. I think when people are with you, they feel like you're there and you're completely in that moment, and the energy that you bring to that outing or that meeting, um, whether it's coffee or lunch or dinner or taking a walk or a hike, whatever it is, I think that the energy people get from being with you is that you're just like, I'm here with you and I'm so happy to be here with you, and I wouldn't rather be anywhere else in the world. I think you put a lot of intention into almost everything you do in life, and especially when it comes to other people. I think you're a very giving, um, just very loving person. Um, and like I said, somebody who's very able to be in the moment with people. And like I said, the energy that usually comes with the 10 of cups is there's this rainbow in the sky. There's you have all the cups you can have, all 10, and they're overflowing. And there's this idea of just like heaven on earth. It's like everything is so wonderful. And there's usually people involved, whether like it looks like some romantic partners or children, things like that, but it's just basically signifies to me relationships between people. So like I said, what's given to me is when you get together with people, whether it's one-on-one, whether it's a group setting, like people are like, man, I really hope group 2 is there. I really hope that I get to see them, because their energy is just so infectious, and their energy makes me feel like this is the place to be. Um, and I think that's really beautiful that you bring that energy to people, and you bring that energy to groups of people. And that's what people in this world really appreciate you. Like whenever you're somewhere, they're like, damn, I'm glad I came to this today because they're here. And like, I'm so glad I got to see them, and I'm so glad that I got to talk to them. And like I said, even if it is a thing where there's like 10, 20 people there, like every single person there wants to have a moment with you, because that moment you're going to be in it, and you're going to share something insightful with them, and you're going to give love to them in some way. And like I said, you're going to make them feel remembered. You're going to make them feel important. Um, and that's just a really beautiful card to come through here. With the Queen of Cups now, I think that um, you're somebody who's very, very calm and nurturing. I think that people really like to be around you when they are not feeling loved and they're not feeling cared for. Um, the Queen of Cups is kind of motherly energy, and I'm seeing here um, just a couple images. One being that the Queen of Cups has this huge cup, and like I said, with the kind of person you are and the amount of people that you attract that are not in the best place in life, and the fact that it is part of your purpose for these people to be coming into your life, and for you to be supplying them with positivity and wisdom and love. um, I think that shows that you have so much to give. Like, and a lot of the cups cards, they're just normal sized human cups. You have this giant one, um, and that gives you, the power and the strength to be giving love and support and guidance and care to so many people. um, and I think part of what gives you that energy is your connection to the spirit world. I don't want to go too much into that because we're talking about the 3D world here, but I do feel a lot of things coming up where it's like you're somebody that a lot of people rely on. You're somebody that's constantly helping out other people. And I think it's just a small message coming through to remember that, like, maybe, I'm sure you do have people in your life that give you that back and that fill up your cup. And I'm sure it does fill up your cup uh, in a big way to be helping people. I think that's something that brings you joy. Um, but also, another thing is your connection to the spiritual world, because you know that they have an unlimited amount of unconditional love, and that you connect yourself to them and you feel that from them, and you trust in them that you are able to have, you know not an infinite amount, because we are material beings. We are not just spirits. We're spirits having a physical experience. But you have, just about, um, very close to an infinite amount of love, because, like I said, there's that cycle going on where you're getting love, you're receiving love, you're accepting love from the universe, from spirits. Um, and you're giving that out to other people, and then a little bit is coming back um, when you give that love out to people. That fills up your cup a little bit, because you can see that a little bit of that darkness went away in the world, and that is what you really want more than anything, is to see people's days get a little bit brighter because of something that you've done for them. um, and you recognize that is one of the most important things that we can do with our life. Is like, it's not all just about money and success and these things that can be measured, but it's like these things that can be felt. Like when you do something for somebody and you find them in a negative spot and you take them to a little more positive spot, or you find them in a dark place and after they interact with you they have a little bit more light in their world. That's you know that's something that's hard to measure as far as value, but it's like that is something more important than most things in this world as far as the human experience goes. um, and then lastly, with this mirror being here, with the Queen of Cups holding this mirror, I think that kind of goes with the um, Justice card a little bit, about how I said you being fair and being real with people. The Queen of Cups is also somebody very fair. Um, and I think with this Queen of Cups in particular, holding up a mirror, um, that it's like, you know, you do it in a very loving way. I know I said before that sometimes you can be very blunt, and people might not like that. Now that I'm seeing this Queen of Cups with the mirror here, I think that something that helps you, um, I think they both came out for a specific reason. I think you are um, having both energies, and there are different types of people that appreciate the different ways that you do this. But like I said, one way is when people are kind of, um, man, I'm trying to find like a not too harsh way to say this, but when people have their heads up their butts, I can't find any other way to say it, but when they have their head up their butt and like they're not seeing things for what they are, you can kind of stand there and be like, okay, well, you know what, straight up, like, this is how it is. I hear what you're saying, but like, um and if you believe that, then that's your choice, but like, this is how I see it, honestly. And like, that's my opinion, and it's not going to change. I'm sorry, like, I still love you, but like, this is what it is. And then there's this other side of you when it's, you know, maybe a more delicate situation and somebody um, needs a kind of message like that. You can kind of lovingly hold up that mirror for somebody and very nicely kind of tell them, like, actually, no, you know what, I think that was for the justice with the Queen of Cups with the mirror. Actually, what I'm getting is not that you're holding up a mirror of like something that they have their head up their butt about, but actually this is holding up a mirror and like people appreciate that you show them you show them the beautiful parts about themselves that maybe they forget, that maybe they don't see. And I think that ties into everything, and that's probably why it came up right at the end here, is because you're this very loving, nurturing person, and part of your power is that, you know, when people are going through these dark times, people are going through these rough times, or even in these times when people are, you know, making excuses for their behavior, that's not aligning, that's not loving, um, that you hold up this mirror. And even in these moments, like I said, where you're making people feel like, oh, I'm glad I came here because that person's here, it's because you are saying things about them. Or like I said, even with people in your past, you're holding up this mirror and saying, hey, remember this about you back then? Like, I love that about you. Or like, hey, I haven't seen you since last time, like, are you still doing this? Or like, remember when we did that? I think you very much show people the best parts of themselves, and maybe sometimes not even in an obvious way, just the way that you are so observant and you are so in the moment, um, and you are so observant of people, that you say things that really make them, like, you know, however they're seeing themselves in the moment. I think most people, including spiritually evolved people, we can see ourselves not really on the level that we're at. We see a lot of our faults, we see a lot of mistakes, you know, things like that. And I think your energy when people are around you, like, you really show them like the beautiful aspects of them that maybe they don't let themselves think of all the time, because in our society it's very geared towards, this is what's wrong with me, this is what needs to be better, this is the next level I need to get to. But again, like I said, with you being somebody that's so in the moment, um, that you can kind of show them the beauty of where they're at now. And I think people really, really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate that about you. Um, wow, a lot of messages for you guys from the 3D world. All right, and we are still recording, guys. It's going good. All right, so, yeah, I'm gonna clear these out. I cleared them out for the first video, so I'm gonna do that here too. I was maybe gonna leave them out so I can go back to things, but I think each one is kind of its own thing. You know, that was the 3D world. We got those messages. Now we're gonna move on to the astral world, the spirits and beings in the 5D, angels, spirit guides, the unconditional loving energy of the universe, whatever you want to call it, whatever non-physical beings that you are open to believing in. We're gonna see what they think about you, why they are grateful that you are here on this earth, why they are grateful to be part of your journey here on this earth, why they are grateful to be your guides, maybe your higher self, why they're grateful that they are here in your body having this experience, guiding you. Let's see what these 5D beings appreciate about you. And we're gonna get first from the Mystic Misfit Oracle, just that general energy. All right, that one definitely wanted to come out. Okay, Mermaid. It's so interesting. I think I hear um, other readers say this too. Like sometimes you get a deck and there's so many cards in there, and then for some reason like the same ones keep coming out. But I guess that's because um, they want us as readers to be able to give that message well. So the more times we see a card, um, the more meaning we can see in it. So I guess that kind of makes sense. But yeah, this one comes out a lot. The Lovers comes out a lot for me, um, as does that Observer. But with this Mermaid here, 27. Oh my lord. Oh, the mermaid broods when left in still water. Emotional, sensitive, intuition, flow, turmoil. So, yeah, what happened in the first group was, these things that came out from the 3D world. These are, like I said, these are things that people can see, that people feel when they're interacting with you. And I'm seeing now kind of a pattern developing here after what I saw in the first one is that, the spiritual world, they see you when nobody else does. They see you when you're alone. They see things about you that maybe you don't broadcast to the world. Um, so that makes a lot of sense with this mermaid card coming out. Um, I think that what this is saying that the spirit world really appreciates about you is that, like I said, everything that I said in that first line, those are all things about you, and those are things that are all obvious to people about you. But I think one thing that's not so obvious, especially when somebody is this kind of larger than life personality, where they where they are, like I said, just so intuitive, so spiritually and emotionally evolved, um, so helpful, so kind. I think something that people don't necessarily realize that the spirit world wants to let you know that they really appreciate about you is that, like I said, just because you are on this level that of somebody who can be of so much service to people and be of so much help and guidance to people doesn't mean you have it all figured out. Like, you are still somebody with their own set of problems, their own limiting beliefs, their own feeling of being lost sometimes, their own tower moments, like all that stuff, all everything that's part of the human experience. You are not above that. And like I said, maybe because um, it is part of your purpose here to be that strong person for everybody, that you don't really show this side of yourself, but the spirit world sees, like, when you're alone and you're not being seen by everybody else, like, you are just like everybody else. You have your own problems, and you have these dark moments, and the spirit world just wants to appreciate that, even though you are somebody going through their whole laundry list of problems, that you still, pick yourself up and you get yourself out there. And like I said, when you're in the moment with somebody and they need you, you're not like, you know what, I'm actually dealing with my own stuff, so like fuck off. You're somebody who's like, okay, like I can think about that later. Like right now, this person is asking something from me and I have something to give them. Like what can we do? Um, but yeah, basically the energy with this mermaid card that the spirit world is telling me that they want to appreciate about you is that they really appreciate that you are you are somebody who's gone through their own darkness, and it still is, and somebody who's always growing themselves and always able to look at themselves, um, and think of how they can be of more service to humanity, and how they can be more aligned with their higher selves, with their true purpose, with their true joys in life, and follow that. um, that they just really appreciate that, you know, you have the strength to, even when you're going through hard times, um, that you don't make that other people's problems. Like, I'm sure, I hope that you do, have your own support system, and that there are people in this world that you can count on when you're feeling down, um, to help you through those times. But what I'm getting from this image here is that you're somebody that, like, when they're alone and the spotlight is not on them, they kind of sit and they think, like, man, like, life is really heavy. Like, you know, I'm kind of lost. Or maybe, you get drained sometimes from helping people all the time. But that doesn't stop you. Like, you are somebody who's so resilient and just has such a wonderful heart that even, you can see this card. This mermaid looks very tired. She just looks so tired. Um, and, kind of gives me that energy of, like, oh, I just don't have any more to give right now. But that you do that, you know, when you're by yourself, you don't want to give that energy to other people. You want to, recharge when you're by yourself. And like I said, I really hope that you have a good support system around you, to help you when you're feeling like this, because nobody should have to just be the person that's helping everyone else all the time. And I hope you know that. And if you don't, then I hope that you can, at the very least, get this message and reach out to this community here, and know that there are other spiritually evolved people out here watching tarot videos and doing spiritual stuff like this, that see the world the way you do, and that you do have a community out there, um, that you can lean on, that can be that strong person for you, whenever you might need it. Um, but yeah, the spiritual world just really wants to appreciate that they see you, that maybe people on the 3D, they see you as just this person who's, like, always happy. Like, I get that comment so much, like, oh, uh, like, sometimes I'll say, like, oh yeah, I got upset the other day, or if I'm tired, I get moody or something like that. Just, it's some little human thing, and they'll look at me like, oh, you get angry? Oh, you get moody? Like, oh, you can be in a bad mood? Like, I thought you're just always happy. It's like, no, like, I'm human. Everybody's human. Like, just because, we try to exude positivity and love into the world as much as we can doesn't mean that there's not moments where we feel just as lost and just as down as everybody else. And again, the spirits are coming through to let you know how much they appreciate you for that, and how much, they want to tell you, like, they see your strength. And, maybe what they're trying to tell me too is, like, hey, you know we appreciate how much you're doing for other people, but just know, in these moments when you're feeling like this, when you're feeling tired and you're feeling down, um, you can talk to us. You can ask us, for love. You can take a day off if you want, and just, like, put your phone on airplane mode or whatever, do not disturb. I'm not sure exactly which one would be best in this situation, or just turn it off, whatever you want to do. And just take a day off, from from needing to be happy and positive for everybody, and needing to be giving to everybody, and just take a day to just give to yourself, or just do nothing. Like, you know you do so much, and the spirit world is just telling you that you deserve to feel appreciated for that. And, people aren't always going to do that. So I think they want you to know that, like, sometimes you got to do that for yourself, and it's okay. It's totally okay for you to take a day off and do something like that. It's totally okay for you to step away from being a guide and being a mentor, and take off as much time as you need, because people love you. They fucking love you. And the ones that give you a hard time for taking a break or make you feel like you're doing something wrong for taking a break, they don't deserve you. I mean, as harsh as that might be, and we want to be all about unconditional love. Everybody deserves love. Like, if someone's going to make you feel bad for not being on your spiritual healer game all the time, like, that's not cool. And they're going to drain you, and they don't really appreciate you. And the people that do appreciate you, they'll be right there when you come back, and they'll say, wow, you took a break, like, good for you, you deserve that. And I'm starting to get a little emotional saying that, because I am feeling that very heavy now, that it's probably it's probably hard. It's probably really hard for you to take time off, um, because you're just so used to people relying on you, and people getting guidance from you, and things like that, that you just feel like, oh man, if I take some time off, um, from doing that, like I'm gonna hurt people, I'm gonna put negativity in this world. And a lot of stuff I was saying before was all about how much you like to take negativity out of the world, and you like to add light into the world. But you know what? You can only give as much light as you have, first of all. So if you're always giving, and you're not receiving, like, eventually you will burn out, and you will not have anything to give. And second of all that love that you have to give to everybody else, you absolutely deserve a chunk of that. Like, if you can do all these things for other people, I really hope that you can take the time to do that for yourself as well. And really just take care of yourself, and pamper yourself, and make yourself feel loved and taken care of, because you so deserve it. All right, man, it's so crazy how much energy can come from just a single card. Okay, that is the wrong tarot deck. We are now going to, and I forgot to say it, but for the human appreciations, I use the Britt's Third Eye Tarot. And now for the 5D appreciations, I'm using the Tarot of the Divine. Alright, still recording, guys. We're good. Tarot of the Divine, being that, of course, we are talking to these divine beings. And I use the Britt's Third Eye for the 3D, because it has just about every single image in that one has like a more lifelike, not lifelike, it is pretty cartoony, but it just shows like humans, depictions of humans in there. So now we're going to go a little bit deeper into what your spiritual tribe wants to appreciate you. Why are they grateful that you exist here in this world? Whoa, that came out right away. I don't know if that wanted to be... Okay, I guess it does. We'll figure that out in a moment. Interesting. All right, reversals coming up in the appreciations. Oh, Lord. All right. I think that's enough. Okay. Man, yep, that makes sense right there. High Priestess coming out, the only one upright. High Priestess, like I said, you're somebody who is very in touch with your intuition. There's that crescent moon again. You're somebody who's very, very in touch with your spirit guides, and of course they appreciate that. They are here trying to guide each and every one of us through this crazy chaotic life, and they just appreciate so much that you're open to them and that you listen to them and that you speak up about them and let people know that they are out here taking care of them, taking care of all of us, that they are out there wishing the best for us. Um, and you know that's pretty self-explanatory, pretty obvious there. The spirit world really appreciates the work that you do to stay in touch with your intuition, to listen to your intuition, um, and to be in touch with the spiritual forces around you. Um, because you are, you know, a conduit that they can work through, that they can spread love through, and that, you know, by doing that enough, you become closer to them, and you just become, that becomes a part of you. You become like them, where you're just this incredibly loving being, wise being. Um, you know, you take the guidance from them, and then you're able to guide other people. Um, and like I said, be an instrument of these divine powers, and they really appreciate you for doing that. It's not an easy thing. Um, it takes a lot of strength in this world that's so focused on masculine energy and logic, and making everything make sense and explaining everything, that it's a form of rebellion, I think, these days, to carry that high priestess energy and to say, you know what, like I said earlier, I don't need an explanation for something. My explanation is that I want to do it. My explanation is that I feel like it's right. End of story. Like that is an act of rebellion, and you are very much at home here at Misfit Tarot. Welcome. With the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Um, so the Wheel of Fortune talks about like karma, you know, world spins around, luck is changing. Um, hmm. Wheel of Fortune in reverse being that they appreciate about you. I suppose, honestly, sorry, I'm gonna have to bring that up later. With the Knight of Coins in reverse, um, you know, the Knight of Coins represents somebody who's, you know, they know what they're going for. Um, they want to build something in a material way, um, but they're not somebody who's, you know, impatient. They're not somebody who's in a hurry to do that. They know that, um, you know, sometimes slow and steady wins the race, and that, you know, they don't need to move fast to accomplish something. Some things are actually only accomplished by taking your time with it. Um, so I think with this being in reverse, I think this shows that you are. They appreciate that you're very patient with yourself. That you're not like somebody. Like I said, because you're so in touch with your intuition, a lot of times what happens is when people are cut off from their intuition and they're all in their heads, our heads are good at thinking that they know the future, when in reality nobody knows the future. Our brains are prediction machines. They can get very close, but they can also be very wrong, and they can also lead us astray because we're thinking 20 steps ahead when really we're right here and we're not even close to that step that we're planning or where we think we should be. I think with this Knight of Coins coming up in reverse, the spirit world is telling me that they're very proud and they really appreciate that you're not rushing ahead. You're not taking all the pressure. There's so much pressure with social media, um, with just all kinds of media and just the things that people talk about. and the things that are idolized in this society, in this time that we live in. That somebody who becomes a millionaire at 20 years old is automatically better than somebody who becomes a millionaire at 40 or 50 or 60 years old. Like, that's $1 million. Like, that's a great accomplishment for anybody. What is it? Why is it somebody that got it younger more valuable, or you have to be more like them than the other person who still got that? They just had to go through different experiences to get there. Like, you understand that, and the spirit world just really wants to commend you for that, because again, that is another act of rebellion in this society, to sit there and be like, okay, yeah, you go ahead, you hustle, you grind, you work yourself to the bone every day. If you think that's what's right and you think that's what's going to get you ahead, I'm going to go ahead and do my own thing and go at my own pace, because I know what I'm building and I'm not competing with anybody. I'm not in a race with anybody. Um, and like I said, that's again something that's not easy to do. You are definitely, um, a spiritual rebel in my eyes and in the eyes of the spirit world, and that is very much appreciated um, about you. Interesting now that the Ten of Cups is coming up in reverse here, when it was coming up upright from the 3D world. And what I'm getting from that is, again, a lot of times reverse cards, what they can represent is like internalized energy. Um, so with the Ten of Cups being reversed this time, like I said, when it comes to people, they're appreciating what you do for them. The spirit world is coming through to appreciate things just about you. It doesn't, like I said, all the stuff that was coming up for other people was stuff that you do for them, which is beautiful. That's how people think. That's how people work. That's something that's we need to survive. You think about, your parents or your mother raising you, giving you food. You can't live without that. Like, you can't just pop out of the womb and like go out and go to the grocery store and get yourself food. Like, we need people to do things for us, and that's a beautiful thing. But again, the spiritual world here has a different perspective and different messages that they want to bring you. So with this Ten of Cups in reverse, I don't know if you remember what I was saying before, but the Ten of Cups represents this fulfillment, this happiness, this harmony. And like I said, whereas before with the 3D world, people appreciate that you make them feel like the center of the universe, and you make them feel um, like wherever they are with you, um, they're in the right place to be and they're lucky to be there. I think with this in reverse, I think that the the spirit world sees that you actually, you know what? I was gonna say that I mean that might be part of it, um, being that you do your best to give yourself that kind of appreciation. So that's the internalized energy of that is that you do your best to listen to the spirit world when they're telling you you're this wonderful person. You listen to people when they say you're this wonderful person. You do your best to not sit there and be like, oh no, I'm not. Like, that's that's not necessarily the most helpful form of humility. Some people think humility is like, oh no, I'm not a good person. Like, oh no, I'm not everything people say I am. I'm actually just a piece of crap. Like, that, is hurtful to us, and that's hurtful words that we say about ourselves, and our spirit guides don't want that. That's not being humble. That's like shitting on yourself. And we don't deserve that. So I think the spirit world is coming through to say that they appreciate the work you do of trying to see yourself in a real way as well, where you're like, yeah, I did do a lot for people today, and um I am somebody that's bringing a lot of love into the world, and I need to take time to appreciate that about myself. But another thing that popped in my head that I was getting from this was shoot, what was it? The Ten of Cups being reversed. Oh, another thing that reversed cards can represent is like thinking about something differently. Like Ten of Cups upright tells you that, like I said, you have everything. Everything's overflowing. There's love and abundance. So when it comes reversed, um, what it shows me is that you're somebody who thinks about like, what does it actually mean to have that feeling? Like, does the Ten of Cups, does abundance mean that I have this amount of money in the bank? Does the Ten of Cups, does being fulfilled, it talks about fulfillment. So it's like, with this in reverse, the spirit world really appreciates that you don't just accept everybody else's definition of fulfillment and go for that. You say, again, how much money do I need in the bank to feel fulfilled? How much, um, I'll go back to social media. How many followers do I need to feel fulfilled? Chances are these things don't depend on numbers for you, really. They depend on what they bring you. You think deeper than just numbers. And again, that comes with being more open to this feminine energy and seeing meaning behind things. Like I said, in this hyper masculine culture where everything's logical, people go by numbers. Oh, well, if you have this amount of money, then you're successful. Boom, that's easy. It's a lot harder to sit there and think, like, okay, what does success mean to me? What does abundance mean to me? How many friends do I need to feel loved? How many, you know, um, material possessions do I need to feel like I love, like I love my life? Or, you know what I mean? How big does my house have to be for me to feel like it's my home? I think the spirit world is really coming through with this card to say that, um, you really, um, you really challenge, like I said, what mainstream society thinks about abundance and about success, and you find your own definition for those things. And again, I just keep getting spiritual rebel, spiritual warrior. You're somebody who is not just following the crowd. You're somebody who's leading the crowd, um, and not in a way that like society's trying to lead us all this way, and then you're this person over here that's doing your own thing, and then some people see you and they're like, wait, what the hell are we following this guy for? Like, I'm not really even happy over here. That guy looks, or that girl looks hella happy, or that person looks hella happy. Like, I kind of want to go try things their way and see what they're doing. Like, that's very much the image that I'm getting and the energy that I'm getting from these messages from your spiritual tribe. And now, um, of course, this Wheel of Fortune is coming into context now. I was totally lost when I first saw it as to like, what the heck does this mean? So again, um, with this being reversed, I'm kind of getting that double meaning here with the like I did with both of these. But essentially, a catchword that comes with the Wheel of Fortune is like luck. And I think that with this in reverse, the spirit world really appreciates that you, the phrase that's coming into my head is, you make your own luck. Like, you're not just sitting here waiting for things to be given to you or to be taken from you. Like, you're thinking about your path every day, and you're thinking about the choices that you need to make, and realizing that the choices that you make determine your luck. Like, when you sit and you think like, and it's not 100% that way. Obviously, there are things that at the end of the day are out of our control, and that we do need to leave up to higher powers to help us with. um, this doesn't completely negate the Wheel of Fortune, and that there are cycles of things. But I think what this is saying in reverse is that you are aware of those cycles, and you are somebody who gets themselves in tune with those cycles, and is able to kind of roll with them, rather than, like I said, when you're more logical, you're not in the flow with those cycles. You're like, oh, tomorrow I'm going to do this, and then today I'm going to do this, and the next day I'm going to do this, and in a month I'm going to be here, rather than just taking it day by day and saying, oh, today the energy's like this, oh, today I can do this, today I don't want to do this. Like, that's a way that you can naturally go with the cycles of life. And I think that, again, the spirit world is just really happy and grateful that you are um, staying in touch with your intuition and staying in touch with them, so that you can be close to that, that greater energy out there that's, affecting all of us. Um, what do they call it? That collective energy, um, and just that higher, these higher energies, like time. Time is something we don't control. We can't stop it. We can't make it go backwards. Time is a cycle that, we are subject to. Um, the moon cycles, things like that. Yeah, I think that you're somebody who is very aware of that, and um, like I said, that you don't just see luck as, oh, this happened, I'm just unlucky, or this happened, oh, the universe just hates me. Like, that's funny, because I was just thinking yesterday about the movie Bruce Almighty with Jim Carrey, where he's like this character that just is like shitting on God the whole the whole beginning of the movie, saying, basically blaming God and the universe for everything bad that happens in his life, and just having this kind of woe is me attitude, like, oh, everything bad is happening to me because God hates me. Um, and then all of a sudden, God gives him the power to do whatever he wants, and his life still goes to shit, and he starts realizing, oh, damn it, like, maybe it's actually my fault that things are going bad. Maybe it's not God's fault. Maybe it's not the universe punishing me. Maybe it's the way I'm choosing to live my life, the way I'm choosing my actions, that's putting me in this living hell. And if I want to have heaven on earth, I need to change the way that I think about things. So damn, yeah, I guess my little Bruce Almighty moment it came just in time for this message to come to you guys. And if you have not seen Bruce Almighty with Jim Carrey, check it out. I do have to check the camera once again, and it's actually, oh man, we're already over an hour, so I'm just gonna stop it and then restart it, because I don't want it to like cut off in a weird way. So I'm just gonna do it intentionally. Here we go. And we're back. Okay. So yeah, wow, lots of messages from your spiritual team there. And thank you guys. I know these readings get really long, but I just, being somebody that's very in touch with my intuition, I just get these ideas for what might be a cool reading, and I go with it. And it just happens to be a lot of messages that come through, and I appreciate anybody out there who watches these and sits through the whole thing, because I think I mentioned before, like, spirit guides, higher selves, they want to get these messages to you. They want to be telling you this stuff all day, every day, but as humans, we have a lot of crap going on, and sometimes we don't have the time to see the signs. We don't have the awareness to see all the signs and get all the messages that they're trying to send to us. So I think when they get a platform like this, they're just like, oh, tell them this and this and this and then this too. Like, I want them to hear this. So if you guys are sitting listening to this, thank you so much, one, for just coming here to do that. I really appreciate that. And for you guys seeing value in what I do here, but also, the spirit world wants you to appreciate that, because this is helping you and the world to get these messages, and to help raise the vibrations and energy of this earth. So let's go ahead to, what does your future self appreciate about you? We're going to get a general energy from them, how your future self sees you. What I did mention in the first group is like, the reason I wanted to get messages from your future self is because I think, most people who are successful in their later years, or even in their younger years, like they always look back with fondness of a past version of themselves that didn't know that they were going to be so successful in the future, and they look back and they're like, man, if only they knew what I was going to be now, or if only they knew what I knew then. Or sometimes I miss just being that dumb kid, not knowing what he was doing. Like, so I just wanted to bring that through in a more tangible way here, and just directly, from your future self looking back at you right now, so that you can get that perspective now instead of having to wait until these days. That's funny. That's so crazy, because I also just saw on I think Instagram, it was a moment from The Office where Andy, I think it's when Andy quits, and he's like, I wish there was a way to know that you're in the good old days before you actually left them. And that's crazy. That was after I had this idea, but that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get you guys a look on now, that now is the good old days, no matter how hard it might be for you guys and for us right now. Like, there are things to be appreciated about the here and now, and let's see what they are. All right. From your future self. That's funny, because the cards weren't coming out, and as soon as I gave that little message, it popped right out. They're like, okay, yeah, you need to say that first. Mute. All right. XIV. Oh my lord. And I always drink a lot of water, regardless of what I'm doing, but man, when I'm talking this much, I am just super thirsty. Okay, the mute is told what to hear, say, and think, and is often suppressed. Sometimes breaking the chains against heated words may be rewarded. Hidden, silent darkness, passage, blindness, insecurities, hope. All right, so I definitely know what your future self is trying to say to you here. So the mute is told what to hear, say, and think, and is often suppressed. Sometimes breaking the chains against heated words may be rewarded. So, I mean, I had already kind of touched on that earlier. You are somebody who thinks for themselves. Like I said, with that 10 of Cups in reverse, with the Knight of Coins in reverse, with the High Priestess, like all that stuff that was coming out, you're not somebody who just follows the crowd. You're not somebody who just takes somebody else's definition of anything. Like, and what I get with this mute card here, okay, so we're going to start with the hands all around, the hair, and kind of wrapping this person up. I'm thinking about beauty. Like, you're not just here saying, oh, that's what's beautiful, okay, let me look like that. Oh, that's what people are gonna call me beautiful for, like, okay, let me just change myself to look like that. No, you're somebody who asks themselves, looks in the mirror, says, what do I want my hair to look like? What do I want my eyes to look like? If you're somebody who does makeup, like, what do I want? Do I want to wear makeup at all? How do I want to do my makeup? Not just what the latest trend is. And that's not saying that you can't follow trends, that makes you just some kind of sheep or whatever, but obviously there are a lot of people like that who just do follow the crowd. But you pick and choose what things you want to do and how you want to look. So that's the first thing. With this hand here with the eye drawn on it, it's like, here, don't use your eye, use my eye. It's like, people, again, it says that you're told what to see. People are telling us all what to see. Like they put this picture and they say this is beauty. They put this picture and they say this is strength. They put this picture and they say, oh, this is success. And they're telling you what to see, but you're somebody who sits there and says, um, yeah, okay, good for you. I'm glad you're happy, but like, actually, I don't want that. And again, in a society where everybody's like, where it's basically just like everybody's expected to have the same definition of success, like for you to say that you don't want a $250,000 yacht and you don't want a high rise apartment in New York City, like people might look at you and be like, oh, well, you're just jealous or you just don't want to work that hard to get it. And that's why you're making excuses for why you don't want that. But it's like, sure, that makes it very simple and that makes it very easy for people to trick people into feeding this not communist into feeding this capitalist machine that makes multi-billionaires while there's also people on the streets trying to live on less than $1 a day and dying every day of starvation. Like sure, like yeah, let's keep following that. But you're, like I said, you're somebody who thinks for themselves. That's like, you know what, like I don't care what you think. If you think that I'm just somebody who's lazy or somebody who's bullshitting or somebody who's making this up to make myself feel better about not having those things, but like straight up, I don't want that. I want a cabin in the woods and I want uh an old Volkswagen hippie van. I don't need um, a Ferrari or whatever. You know what I mean? And again, it doesn't even have to be so black and white. Like you have to be the New York City high rise yacht person or the minimalist living in a box in a wood box, tiny house in the woods person either. Like you can be anything in between. That's your choice. You can choose exactly what pieces of life that you want to experience, and I think that's part of your power as well. And that's, I think you in the future is somebody who's very influential. I think you're somebody who inspires so many people, like I said, because so many people are looking over here where where powerful people and rich people want you to look. um, and I say powerful loosely, because just because somebody has a lot of money doesn't necessarily make them powerful, because you have your own power in the way that, like I said, you can take other people and inspire them to think from them for themselves and break away from the pack and make their own success, rather than just being little cogs in the machine of somebody else. And I think your future self is just like, I I love you for doing that, because at their point in the future, as their future self, like they're already seen as this person who's different. Think about somebody like, I don't know, David Bowie, Billie Eilish, any kind of like public figure who's like edgy and different. You know what I mean? And maybe I didn't name the most edgy or different ones. I'm kind of on the spot here, and I don't have the best examples coming to my head. But there's people that have made a lot of mainstream success, and they have made a lot of money, and they are very much in the public eye, and people look at them and they're like, oh, they're so cool and different. Like I want to be like them. But 5 years ago, 10 years ago, people looked at them like, oh, they're so weird and different. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Like, why can't they just be normal? Like, oh, like throwing hate at them. Um, and that's not an easy thing to do. And you have to be very strong to have that level of independence and have that level of like standing up for yourself, and deciding for yourself who you want to be. So I think yourself in the future is saying like, thank you so much for doing all that hard work and standing up to this society that doesn't support those things until there's monetary value attached to it. Like thank you so much. Like where I am now, I would not be there if you hadn't been brave and spoken your truths and saw the world the way that you wanted to and expressed yourself the way that you wanted to, rather than just conforming and fitting in to this society that's trying to make you something else. I'm having trouble thinking of the author, but I think there's like some old author that said, oh God, why do I butcher everything? I remember like half of everything, but they said something like, oh God, like a true act of courage or something like that is being yourself in a world that's constantly trying to make you something else, something like that. But hopefully that counted for something. But that's your energy. That's the appreciation that your future self has for you. And just last thing with the hand being over the mouth, and again a mouth being drawn on there, it's like, whatever group you belong to, male, female, transgender, non-binary, whatever, like a lot of times people want to tell you you're supposed to talk like this, you're supposed to say this kind of thing, or there's so many other groups, whatever your race is, like they tell you how to express yourself, how you're supposed to talk, and you just don't buy into any of that. You speak your truths, you speak your mind. That came up earlier with the justice card. Like I said, you tell it like it is, and your future self really wants to appreciate you for that. So, let's go ahead into, whoa, that looked just like the other side, some tarot and get a couple more messages from your future self and what they appreciate about you. Sorry, just had to check my camera again. Okay, I'm probably not going to get so many for this row because, man, these messages are really coming out, and this is going to be probably like damn near a 2-hour reading for you guys. You're welcome. But yeah, don't want to go too crazy. All right. So yes, future self. What else do you want to appreciate about the mute person, aka rose number 2, the mini rose? That's interesting. I'm now that I said mini rose and you guys picked the smallest rose, I think maybe that's something like how they say big things come in small packages. Like maybe you are a very small person, maybe you're not, but I think maybe energetically, like maybe even when people first meet you, they might think a certain thing about you, like, oh, this person, for some reason or other, they don't think that you're strong, they don't think that you're powerful. But then once they get to know you and your true personality, you're just, like I said, you're larger than life. And that's really cool. All right, what else, future self? Anything? Jesus. So I think it's going to be these ones that flipped over. All right. Okay. I don't want to. That's so interesting. What in the world? So I think I had already told you guys to possibly check out group 1 because there were some repeating cards. I think all 3 of these cards. Maybe I'm confusing it with another reading, but at least these 2 I'm pretty sure came up. Yeah, at least the King of Swords and the Eight of Crystals came up in group 1 as well. So there might be messages for you in both. There's so many readings that I watch. I swear sometimes even I watch readings where there's 3 or 4 piles and every single one has a message for me. Not all of them. Doesn't happen often. I think that only happened one time when every single pile in the reading had or every single reading in the video had a message for me. But sometimes, there are very often times where there's two groups that have a message for me. So being that, yeah, a lot of the same cards are coming out, there might be some more messages for you guys in the first group. It is actually pretty similar energies overall. Okay, so with the Four of Crystals in reverse, you know what? I'm gonna go like this. Okay, so with the King of Swords in reverse, what I'm getting with that is again that internalized energy of the King of Swords there, where you're somebody who has really mastered their own thoughts, and the King of Swords is generally somebody who's like guiding other people. They're the king of other people. People come to them and they give them guidance, and they give them the truth, and they're very honest, things like that. And with this in reverse, I think that's saying that like you do that for yourself, and as I mentioned before, that's not something that's easy to do. That's not something that everybody does. Sometimes people, excuse me, they use this King of Swords energy to tell themselves like, I'm right, everybody else is beneath me, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm right, I know what's going on. And again, that's how people make excuses for themselves and they don't grow. But I think because you bring this King of Swords energy to yourself and say like, um, you know, I'm feeling like this, but it doesn't quite feel right, because you are in touch with that intuition. When you're having a thought that's like protecting yourself or protecting your ego, your intuition feels that it's off. Your intuition's like, I know you're thinking that right now, but like, that doesn't feel right. It feels like you're blaming other people for your problems, and then you take that King of Swords energy and you say, okay, let's get real. Let's get real, self. I say that shit to myself all the time. Like, all right, self. Like, literally talking to myself. And I think you do that too. Maybe you don't actually say it in a silly way like I do. But you sit down and you say, all right, it's time to get real. Like, is this how I'm thinking about it? Because I'm feeling angry and I'm feeling frustrated, and generally that means that something's wrong. You're somebody who understands that your emotions are here to tell you something. When you're angry and you're upset, chances are yes, you are angry and upset with someone else, but upon further contemplation, and getting yourself in a less emotionally charged state, I think you can find your own faults in the situation, or at least you can find a way where, oh yeah, that was something I brought up, I think in the last reading, but it was about the difference between fault and responsibility. You understand the difference between fault and responsibility. Stuff can be other people's fault. Like, again, someone can piss you off or do something that affects you and that you're not happy with. But then it's your responsibility to deal with that frustration, deal with that anger, deal with the consequences of what just happened, and move forward with that. And like I said, somebody who's a king, they can't sit there while their village is burning and being like, "Oh my God, guards! How did you let these guys in? What's your problem?" Like, general, what are you leading these men to do? Like, how could you? It's all your fault. Like, no, if you're the king, you're gonna step up and you're gonna say, "Holy crap, my kingdom is in trouble. What can I do to fix it?" Like, yeah, damn it, these guards slipped up and somebody was sleeping on the job and now my people are in trouble, but like, what the hell am I going to do about it? Like, and then think of a plan. So that's definitely the energy I'm getting here. Future self definitely wants to appreciate the fact that you are real with yourself and that you take responsibility for not only your actions but other people's actions as well. And that has brought you to a great level of success. Um, because yeah, like I said, when you're constantly blaming other people, how the hell are you gonna move forward in life? Like, you're putting your life in other people's hands. But when you take control, like I said, with that wheel of fortune in reverse, you're making your own destiny, and you're choosing that, and you're staying aligned with what's real, not just what you want to believe to protect your fragile ego. With the Eight of Crystals coming out here, similar with the Knight of Cups, Knight of Coins in reverse. This is dedication, day after day. Um, I brought up the example again in the last group of somebody taking on a big task, like say you want to build a skyscraper, say you want to paint a mural, say you want to create a music album. Like, these are not things that you just sit down and you say, okay, I'm gonna make an album, doodle-doop, okay, done, I did it, masterpiece. No, that's something that takes dedication today, tomorrow, the next day, next month, for a whole month, 2 months, 3 months, sometimes years, depending on what this person is trying to create. And your future self is like, I would not be where I am today unless you were strong enough to stay dedicated to this path and put in hard work every single day on it. Not every single day, obviously we need breaks and stuff, but you never gave up on this dream. You never gave up on your creations. Like, you stayed dedicated, and no matter how difficult it gets or how much sometimes you get tired and you just like wonder if maybe I should break off and do something else and give up on this, like, you didn't. You kept going, and you saw this out until the finish, until completion. And then you recognize, when when that thing was accomplished, like, it's not just, okay, I made one masterpiece, now I don't need to do this anymore. It's like, no, this is your passion. This is something you do because you love it. So after that masterpiece is done, you're going to work on the next one. And then after the next one, maybe you realize, hey, I have this other passion now, but I'm going to put this same dedication towards this new thing that I want to do. And it's interesting now that I see this particular image of the Eight of Crystals, which is the Eight of Pentacles or Eight of Coins. He actually looks like he's juggling, so maybe it is kind of one of those things where, like, you worked really hard on one thing and then you finished it, and that put you in a place where you had your options open, and you were kind of like, well, you know what, I kind of have more than one passion, like. And then that took you to the next level of, not only are you dedicated and working hard on one thing, but you're dedicated and you're working hard on multiple things. um, and that's just freaking badass. And I think your future self is coming through to tell you, like, thank you for that. Thank you for being such a hard worker and busting your ass and being dedicated to something and not giving up on your dreams. Because here I am in the future, and not only have you achieved one dream, you've achieved what the hell? You've achieved multiple dreams at this point, and I'm still moving forward with that. Um, that's interesting. This figure even has white hair. I'm thinking, like, this is your way future self, and they're like, yeah, you know what, I'm old now, and I'm still doing shit, I'm still working hard, I'm still dedicated, I still have this passion and this energy. So that's pretty cool. Don't, doesn't seem like you're the type of people that are gonna get rich at whatever age and then just be like, okay, I retire, I'm not working anymore. Like, your work is part of your passion. Like, putting things out into the world is part of your purpose, like I said, and it's how you help this world to grow and heal. Um, so the last one with the Four of Crystals in reverse here, the Four of Crystals upright, talks about like holding on really tightly to what you have, and sometimes having like a scarcity mindset, where like you only have so much and you can't give it out, you can't give it away. um, and the song, damn it, I don't even know the title if I'm being honest, which is probably very embarrassing being that I'm from California. But the Red Hot Chili Peppers, when they're like, give it away, give it away, give it away now. Um, anyways, if you guys know the title, hit me up in the comments. Feel free to tell me how much of a loser I am for not knowing it. I will agree with you. Um, Four of Crystals in Reverse. Sorry, I tried for a second to think of the title, but it's not happening. So, Four of Crystals being in reverse, I think that your future self is saying, like, thank you for being so giving. Thank you for not ever thinking that, like, you don't have enough um, to give into the world, and think that you don't have enough to make a success of yourself. That's freaking interesting, because the example I brought up in the last reading as well in group one was the idea of feeling like you don't have enough. And so you hold on tightly, and then you kind of don't move forward. You're like, oh, I don't have enough, so I can't do anything. um, and the example I gave was like me starting this YouTube channel. Not that it's like really anything to brag about at this point, but I'm gonna believe in it, and I'm gonna stay dedicated to it, because this is a passion of mine, and I feel like it's part of my purpose. Um, but I wouldn't have started it if I was looking at some more established readers on YouTube and being like, damn, they got like these fancy crystals, they got like really good cameras, they know how to edit stuff. They got like 10, 20, who knows how many different decks, oracle decks, tarot decks, um, to use in their readings. I didn't sit there and say, oh, I don't have all those things. Like, I'm just gonna have to wait until I have all those things to start doing what I want. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go for it. I got a phone. I have a table. I got one candle. I got you know, that's that's pretty much all I need. Oh, I have 4 or 5 decks here. Like, that's a lot for me. I appreciate that, and I use that, and I don't let it hold me back. So that's one thing that I think your future self is really coming through to thank you for, is that even when you didn't have every single thing you needed to finish your masterpiece, you at least had what you needed to start it, and you went ahead and you started it. Um, and you started from there, and then things picked up, and the universe recognized that, and they brought more things to help you out. And by you giving, things were given back to you. And yeah, your future self just wants to commend you on that, because again, if you had never taken those first steps out of fear of not having enough, um, another thing that I have mentioned when I see this card is, in order to have it all, you have to risk it all. And I think when the Four of Crystals comes up in reverse, that's what I think about. And I think that you have done that. You maybe have taken the little money that you had and put it into something that you needed to follow this passion, even though, like I said with that Observer card in the beginning, with that Aries energy, you didn't know if it was going to pan out or if anything was going to come from it. But you were just like, you know what? It's better than, like I said, following the crowd and doing something that makes sense, and following a path that is secure and stable, but ultimately will not fulfill me. I'm going to take this risk and put myself in a situation where I'm going to be kind of unstable, but I'm going to put that energy into my passion, and I'm going to fight that fear, and I'm going to embrace courage and move forward with my passion and follow my dreams, because like I said, you're close to spirit, and hopefully they're giving you lots of messages that you deserve to live your dreams and that you will be supported if you go for your dreams, even if, like I said, logically you can think and be like, oh, well, the chances of that happening are this percent, or the amount of people that end up doing that is this percent. Like, you didn't let that stop you. You said, I have a feeling, I have passion, I have purpose, I have love for this, and I'm gonna go for it. And going back to what I just said a second ago, that's something that really held me back in life that I heard way too much growing up. Was like, kids have these dreams like, oh, I want to be an astronaut, oh, I want to be an actor, oh, I want to be uh like a famous dancer, or whatever, these big dreams that people have. um and or like, I want to have a successful YouTube channel. And just people who are jaded and who, like I said, just follow along with society and believe what they're told to believe. um like I said, like the people not like this mute person, they're told what to say, they're told what to think. They're gonna say to somebody like that, even a freaking child, they will tell them, oh, well, you know what, only like this many percentage of people in the world actually become astronauts, so like maybe you shouldn't do that, that's not very realistic. And then boom, that's a child's dream crushed, and that's something that they 100% could have done if they have the passion for it and if they believe in themselves. But because this adult and this sick society that we lived in told them not to believe in themselves, that they can accomplish that, then they believed that and they said, okay, let me just go get some 9 to 5 job that everybody will be proud of me for having, and just feel just so unfulfilled, and always wonder what it would have been like to be up there among the stars, um, doing what I really wanted to do and being an astronaut. Like, um, so yeah, I think your your future self is just very, very grateful that you have gone for your dreams, stayed dedicated, and done the hard work, being real with your self growth, and expressing yourself truly, even when people don't accept that. Because rejection is actually a form of protection. Because if people reject you, you don't want them around anyways. Like, back up. Okay, moving on to the inner child oracles. And we're just going to get a last thing, appreciation message, something that we can appreciate about your inner child. Or might possibly be something that your inner child needs a little more appreciation for. Depends on what comes out, what the message that is meant for you. Okay, so inner child message for group 2, aka Baby Rose. Ooh, that's a cool nickname. If you guys want to take that, Baby Rose, you can have it. Oh, jeez. This reading just really doesn't want to end. All right, so we're going to go like that. First inner child coming out is Xander with oppression. And we're going to see what they have to say. Hey, I'm Xander. I feel better when I am stronger than somebody else. It feels good to push other kids down, make them eat worms, and feel bad about themselves. I don't see what's wrong with it. My dad does the same thing to me. He says it's important to show people who's in charge, and it's important I know he's in charge. He still loves me even though he hurts me sometimes. He says he's just trying to make me stronger. Xander, like many children, has been oppressed into a limited belief system based on his father's pain and probably learned behaviors. Xander feels helpless and out of control on the inside, so he uses the only thing he knows: bullying, violence, and aggression to get that energy out of his body. Feeling power over other kids helps him to feel less out of control, but that does not justify any of his behavior. When Xander appears, your inner child may be screaming out for a sense of control, a voice, or some form of power. Notice where in your life you may feel oppressed, where your power or voice might have been taken away, or where fear or even aggression has been used to manipulate or control you. Tune in with your inner child and give them, him, or her a voice. The mantra that comes with this card is I always have a choice. And then if you guys want to look, there's some remedies for this energy and journaling questions. See if any of that resonates or calls out to you. But essentially what I'm getting with that as far as appreciation is to appreciate the fact that, I think maybe you have, we all are oppressed, and we all want to feel a sense of control, but I think that what needs to be appreciated about you is that, like, you didn't react this way. You don't react to oppression by saying, "Oh, well, you're telling me what to do. I'm going to tell you what to do." Like I said, you went away where you're like, "Okay, yeah, everybody's telling me what to do, but I don't need to have control over others like that. My control is that I'm going to control my own actions. I'm going to control what I'm doing, and I'm going to live my own life, and through that, I will find the control that I seek, and that's the way that I can heal the feeling of being judged and controlled by everybody else, is by separating myself and letting their energy and their opinions be their opinions, and letting mine be my own." Um, and then another thing, I think a reason that this came out is because, like I said, you're somebody who has a very strong purpose of helping this world, and I think this was a good reminder of, people who do end up being bullies and being violent and aggressive. There is a reason for that, and I think that part of your power in this world is seeing through that tough facade and seeing through these bullies and just seeing them as hurt little children inside, um, that just have unhealed trauma. Um, so now we're gonna go to Nolan with lies and secrecy in reverse. Let's see what they have to say. My name is Nolan. I learned to survive and be seen by lying. My parents were always really busy and pushed me away. I started making stories to get attention, but soon my stories started to hurt other people. Now they are hurting me. I have pushed everyone away with my words. I don't even believe in myself anymore. If Nolan arrived in a reading, your inner child might be feeling they can't get the attention and support they crave and need without lying or exaggerating their worth. If you were ignored or not believed as a child, chances are you got creative with attention seeking. Oftentimes, storytelling and fibbing become coping mechanisms to draw people in and get the attention the child craves, even if it's negative attention. If you find yourself feeling inadequate, having imposter syndrome, or never feeling good enough, your inner child may have learned that their experiences or beingness weren't enough. Allow yourself to see the ways in which you feel the need to exaggerate who you are or parts of your life to feel enough. And then reversed, it says, when reversed, you may have been lied to as a child and are currently being triggered in your current life by someone with a silver tongue. And the mantra for Nolan is, I am enough just as I am. And then again, you can see the remedies and journaling questions if they call to you, or if you feel like they might be healing for you. And then, yeah, personally, the messages that I'm getting from this one are, again, it seems like you are somebody who's very genuine. Like I said, so many cards came up. The Justice card let us know that you tell it like it is. Um, the Mute card came out and told us that you express yourself how you are. Um, so I think with that coming out in reverse, there's a message there, to appreciate that, again, your inner child didn't react in a way where they have to tell lies and fit into society, or tell lies to say like, oh, um, I'm making smart decisions. It's like I said, with your intuition, you make the decision that feels right for you. And if somebody thinks that's not smart, then that's on them, and they can have that opinion about your life. But really, it has no effect on your life at all. And then with this reverse meaning coming out, saying that you may have been lied to as a child and are currently being triggered by people lying to you now. That seems like a very specific message. So if that resonates with you and you're having trouble with people lying to you, just remember that your intuition is spot on. And if you feel like someone's not being truthful with you, I think that you're completely right in that. And if something happened to you as a child where maybe caretakers or authority figures have lied to you and made you feel like that's okay, and that's what it means to be an authority figure, or that's what it means to be a parent, or that's what it means to be an older sibling, or whatever, like that you're just supposed to tell lies because kids don't know any better and you're just protecting them, like, please do some healing there, and realize that you know honesty is just about always the best policy, and you deserve people to be honest with you, and if they're not, then I'm going to leave the choice up to you what you want to do about that. But definitely some messages there of thinking about how you view whether it's okay to lie to people or not, regardless of the intention. um, and yeah, appreciate that you're an honest person and you don't deserve people telling you lies, whatever their distorted reasons are behind that. um, so yeah, gonna finish it off now with these old Spark Magic matches. Go ahead and pick one, or you can listen to both if you like. Alright, first one. Make a list of self-care rituals that you love and use it. I really like this one, that it specifies make the list of self-care rituals that you love and use it. Don't just make the list and then leave it there to collect dust. Make a list of self-care rituals that you love and use it. That came up earlier, how the spirit world sees you as the mermaid, how when you're alone, there are times when you don't feel so great. And in those times, you deserve to feel good, and you deserve to be taken care of. So I think this would be really useful for you guys to make a list of self-care rituals that you love. And in those times when you're feeling down, when you're not feeling at your best, and you're feeling like you just want to be alone, rather than sitting around all day and doing nothing, like, and there's nothing wrong with that. If there's some days where you want to sit around and do absolutely nothing, you deserve that too. But again, if that's not going to help your mental state, then maybe it might be better to bust out your list of self-care rituals and do something on that list, and that'll make you feel great, make you feel loved and cared for. Yeah, it's self-care. Second one, make a list of life mysteries you want to solve. Make a list of life mysteries you want to solve. So yeah, maybe this has to do something with your your spiritual purpose that we were talking about before. Maybe there's things that you wonder, like, man, how can I make this better? How can anyone possibly make this better about the world? Stuff like that. Or even just like random stuff, like, whatever kind of mysteries pop into your head. Life is mysterious, and any of us has the potential to solve those mysteries. And some mysteries are meant to remain mysteries for us humans. Um, but yeah, at the end of the day, make a list of life mysteries that you want to solve. And that is all the messages I have for you guys. This was definitely the longest reading that I've done so far. I don't know if you heard that, but I drank my whole big old water bottle during that one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for sharing your wonderful energy with me. Um, I feel very honored to be part of this reading and to be giving you guys appreciation, because I, just from experiencing your energy here, think so highly of you, and I really appreciate you guys for being here on this earth and doing all the hard work that you do. So again, thank you so much. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages that you have for me or anyone else in this community, please express them down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see my channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to this channel and telling your friends about it if they're into spiritual shit. Thank you again so much. I'm sending you all much peace, much love, and until next time, see ya. Alright, what is up, Group 3? If you guys chose this pretty purple rose, this is going to be your reading, and we are going to hear about what others appreciate about you. Here we go. Welcome. So, how we're going to start this out is I'm going to use the Misfit Oracle deck to just get an overall energy or like theme for you guys of for each group that we're asking. So first one's gonna be people in the physical world, 3D material world. This is gonna be family, friends, really anybody. Could be complete strangers, just anybody here on Earth with a physical body. Animals, plants, they are all people too, if you ask me. Yeah, let's see what they want to appreciate about you guys. Okay, that's the one. Ooh, we have the bat. So let's see what we have to say about the bat. The bat looms in the shadows of the belly of the earth, listening, family, instincts, waiting. All right, so what I think people appreciate about you seeing this bat card is that, okay, so the first thing that I'm getting is with bats, they're nocturnal for the most part. I'm gonna speak generally. I am no animal expert, okay? I've watched some National Geographic, Animal Planet, that kind of thing, but honestly, that was a long time ago. If I'm wrong, feel free to tell me I'm wrong, and I'll say you're right. But I'm just gonna go with it. All right. So when I think of bats, I think of them being out at night, so they can't really rely on their sight as much as their other senses. So I think what I'm getting from that people really appreciate about you is that you're not somebody who judges things at a surface level. When I think of this bat energy, I'm getting somebody who judges things on a deeper level. You're not somebody who's just gonna look at somebody and say, "Oh, they're this type of person because they're dressed like that, or because they look like that, or they have this color skin, or whatever." All these surface level things that you could judge somebody about. I think you really take your time to get to know people, and I think people really appreciate that. Especially these days with social media being what it is and everything, our culture can be very superficial, um, and I think people really appreciate that you're not somebody um, who's like that. I think it's very refreshing when people meet you or they get to know you. Um, Maybe some of the things you say, just seeing the world through your eyes. Um, like I said, is very refreshing and lets people know that, like, yeah, it does feel better to not just be judged on the outside. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to get, compliments on our appearance and things like that. Um, but I think it's also really nice when people can see past that and see what we have to offer underneath our surface. And maybe what I'm also getting is you're somebody who, like, will take the time to get to know somebody. Like, maybe people open up to you um, because of that, because they can see that you're not just somebody who's going to judge them uh, the way other people might, like just by hearing something. I think a lot of people will take at first blush, like make a snap judgment and be like, "Oh, you've done that. Like, oh, you must be this type of person." But you're somebody who understands, like I said, life and people on a deeper level. That one action doesn't define somebody. Um, One aspect of somebody doesn't define them. I think you see things very holistically, and you paint a whole picture of people, and I think they really appreciate that. Like I said, the feeling I keep getting is that it's like very refreshing. Like, it lets people know, one, that there are people in the world like you who can see past the surface and see things on a more mature level. And also, I think that it inspires other people to kind of be more like you, and not just be so quick to judge others. So that's the first thing I'm getting with this back card. Another thing I see here, and that's kind of illustrated in the card with these bats, and this person's here in the middle with their bat family around them, is I think you're somebody who's very much like very much connected to their community. You're somebody who's like, maybe you're not close with all your family, but the family you do have and the friends you do have, like, like I said, you don't just have superficial relationships. You have these very deep bonds with them. And that's what I'm seeing here. Like, even in dark times, like, you guys stick together, even if you guys are, you know, misfits or weirdos, like, you guys are that together. And like I said, you just have this really strong sense of community, and you make people feel like they belong somewhere. Um, so that's really cool as well. I think people really appreciate that about you, that you're like a very loyal person, like I said, a very community oriented person, whether that's family, friends, um, even, probably at work. Like, you just have this energy of like, hey guys, like, it's not just you and you and you, and we're like competing or we're against each other. Like, we're in this together. We are a family. We are a community. Um, and I think people really appreciate that. Again, that's another thing that people really admire about you, because again, like I said, just generally speaking, again, in this society, a lot of people are focused on what can I do to outshine everybody else? What can I do to have more than everybody else? And it's all about comparing and stuff. And with this image here and the energy I'm getting is like, that's not your vibe. Your vibe is like, we're all in this together. Um, I think maybe even on a global level, you guys um, probably just have that energy. Like as a world, like we can help each other um, in lots of ways as long as we're not seeing each other as outcasts and others. Um, I'm gonna be right back. I forgot to turn off my heater. It's annoying when it keeps turning on. And I don't know if it's the last thing, but the next thing I'm getting from this card is that this bat and just bats in general, but especially this figure which is representing you, they're hanging upside down, and I think similar to the hangman in tarot, what that's telling me is that you don't see things from the same perspective as everybody else. And I guess that kind of came with those previous energies of, like I said, society is like this and you're more like this. um, I think that with this bat hanging upside down, you're somebody who you know you don't just fit in, you see the world from your own perspective, and it's probably, like I said, the opposite perspective of most people. And I think that makes you very, like, um, what's the word? Um, Esoteric, like not super easy to understand, like mysterious, maybe even like um, you're just different. Like you see things differently, and you see things from a place of integrity. Um, yeah, and you see things um, from your own perspective, which tends to be different than most people who are living life a little more unconsciously and following the crowd in that way. Um, so yeah, that's what I'm getting from this bat energy. Very cool. A lot of things to be appreciated about you guys there. Now we're gonna go on to a little more messages from people in the 3D world. What they appreciate about you, why they are grateful that you exist here in this world. I guess another thing with the whole bat and like living in the darkness, maybe what was I gonna say? I totally blanked. Something about you guys not seeing. Oh, that maybe you guys, have heightened other senses. Like maybe you guys are, have some psychic abilities. Like when things, because you're not all about just what you can see um, and perceive, on an obvious level. Um, you're probably somebody who even when other people um, see something as very like um, confusing, or they don't know what's going to happen, like you tend to have a little more um, idea of what to make of things, because you're not just using your brain, you're not just seeing things um, sometimes things are not what they seem, and not everybody can see that. Sometimes people only see what is presented to them, and I think that you're somebody um, that can see through, maybe somebody's facade. You can see through somebody wearing a mask, trying to mask their energy. I think that because you don't just take things at face value, that you have these extra senses of like, oh, something feels off here, or I think it's fine. I think that's gonna work out, or I have a bad feeling about this. Like those kind of things where you just have this kind of extra sensory perception. Sorry, I blanked out so hard there, guys. But yeah, let's see what else people appreciate you. And the reason people appreciate that is because it can be scary for other people that are not so in touch with those other senses, because they're going through their mind and they're having these anxious thoughts and thinking about everything that could go wrong, and then you're over here and you're like, well, you know what, I feel like this is gonna happen, or I feel like maybe that person's not telling you everything, and people really appreciate that you use that um, to help them, and you help them make decisions, and you help people stay calm um, when they're having doubts about things. Okay, so let's go into the tarot. All right, we will definitely take those. Okay. All right, yeah, we'll take those two. Okay, there seems to be a little of a color theme going on here, so we'll go like this. All right, so first one coming out with or I don't know if it came out first. I did kind of switch them around, but with this Nine of Swords represents literally what I was just saying: fear, anxiety, worry. Um, I think that, like I just finished saying, so kind of just gonna piggyback on that a little bit. That when people are stressed, anxious, worried, um, that you kind of have a calming presence. I can see that now too with this bat card. This bat looks very calm, cool, collected, um, and I think you give that energy to people, and they really appreciate that when they're just really distraught and totally freaking out about something. Like, they know they can come to you and like let it all out, and you'll just be this calm presence that can listen to them, that can be a listening ear. I see that now with the bats. They have great hearing, so I should have noticed that from the beginning, but at least it gives me something more to say here with the Nine of Swords. I think you're a very good listener. I think you're somebody who is very good at creating space for people when they are anxious and worried and doubting things. Like, you are able to sit there and listen to them and let them talk, and not say, oh, here's how I'm going to solve all your problems. Like, just don't worry about it. Like, you're a very good listener, and people know that they can let things out to you, and that through talking things out, they can kind of find their own way. And by feeling your energy of staying calm, that it helps them get a little bit calm. And then when they are ready to maybe ask for your advice or hear some comforting words, that you are good at giving those messages. Because like I said, you're somebody who's all about community. You're somebody who cares about everybody being happy. So if somebody comes to you and they're not in a good place, you will do whatever you can to get them there, and not in a forceful way, but in a more nurturing way where you're listening to them. With the High Priestess here, the High Priestess is all about intuition, all about being receptive. So I think that goes right with that. I wasn't going to say too much about intuition because that came up in the first two groups as well, but I guess everybody watching this video today has very good intuition, um, and is very in touch with that. I mean, I guess that makes sense being that you're here watching tarot videos. Part of, I think, when people watch tarot videos, they tend to be, a little more connected to spirit guides. They just need um, a little bit of guidance. We all do. I watch them as well. I get tarot readings for myself. So yeah, I think that you guys are highly intuitive. Like I said, very receptive. When people come to you, people know that you're very wise. Um, and with the High Priestess holding this mirror here, I think that going with that situation I was describing, like I said, it's not that people come to you and they're like, what do I do? What do I do? Or maybe they do ask that, but what I'm getting from this energy here with the High Priestess just holding this mirror and not really saying anything, I think that your energy is like you listen to people and you hear everything they're saying and you take note, and then you kind of pick out the parts where they're having trouble because you understand that life is a lot about choices, and sometimes when we have to make a choice or we have many choices to make, we can feel like this Nine of Swords where we're so anxious and worried and we're doubting which way do we go. um, that you have this energy where you hold up the mirror and you say, okay, well, you mentioned this. um, what do you feel like is the best thing to do about that? Or like, what are you feeling? I think that not only are you intuitive yourself, but I think you awaken other people's intuition by, like I said, listening to them and letting them get out all that mental energy where they're thinking and they're stressing and they're being anxious and they have all these thoughts taking over, and you let them kind of, blow off all that steam to where they reach kind of a more calm place, because they can't just keep saying the same things over and over. So once they kind of let it all out, then, like I said, you sat there and listened to everything, and then you just kind of say, okay, so like, you said this. Um, how do you feel about that? Or, what do you feel like would make you happiest in that situation, or things like that, because people can get very caught up in, oh, well, this person wants me to do this, but if I do that, then this person's going to be mad. Like, they can get all these other things in their head, and I'm seeing here with this High Priestess just the energy of this card holding up the mirror, that you're somebody who awakens their intuition and says, hey, what is your gut feeling? Like, how do you feel in your heart about that? Like, now that you've let out all these thoughts and we know all the possible situations, like, what do you feel is the right way to go? And I think people really freaking appreciate that. And like I said, it might even be hard for them to understand. Like, all they kind of know is like that they came to talk to you and they feel way better walking away. But there's a lot that goes into that, and I think part of it is natural to you, but I think part of it is like, um, something that you have developed by making mistakes. Like, you probably, um, maybe when you were younger, weren't the best listener, and people would come to you and then they end up getting frustrated for some reason, and you're like, damn, like, how can I do better at that? And you just learned how to be this High Priestess, this, just this prolific figure that people, want to come to, and know that after they talk to you, like, they will have more clarity on things, and that you genuinely care. Um, yeah, and that you're not going to, um, force your opinions on them. You're going to, in this very nurturing, gentle way, get get what they want out of them and help them figure it out by themselves. And I'm kind of seeing that with this figure in the back and this star in their head. Like, you help people get these epiphanies, um, by just your energy and the way you um, handle these types of situations. So that's awesome. People totally appreciate that about you. With this magician here, um, what I get from the magician is like the energy of somebody who can just do anything. Like you all, I'm sure, know people like this, but you are this person um, where like you ask them to do something and they may have never done it before, but they just have this confidence. And I think a lot of your confidence comes from like if somebody asks you to do something, like I said, you are a person of community and you want to help, and you're like, okay, well, maybe I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but like I'm going to give it my all, and I'm going to, be there for you. And then through that courage and that unconditional love for people, like you are able to accomplish the impossible at times. um, and that's really beautiful. I think people are very, very grateful to have you on their side and have you on their team and have you in their community and have you as a friend or their family, because like if they are having trouble with something or they need help with something, um, like they know that if they really need you, that you will help them make it happen. Like you're not going to sit there thinking about you know what what's going to get in the way. Like the magician also to me represents somebody, you know the the main description of the magician is somebody who has all the elements they need at their disposal to get things done. And I think you're just somebody with that attitude. Like even if, like I said, someone else might feel like, oh, like we have to do this, but like we don't have this or we don't have this, and you're like, okay, well, we do have this though, like, and we do have that. What if we can use that, um, instead of this other thing that we thought we needed, like, and we can, at least get through today or just get through this situation, like, and we can worry about getting those other things later. And they're just like, oh my god, thank you, like I was freaking out, I didn't know how I was gonna do this. So that's really freaking awesome of you guys. And then again, like I said, another side to that is like not only are you the person that people can come to and say, hey, I need help with this, but you just in your own life, like when you want something, when you know you truly want it, when you feel it in your intuitive body, like there's nothing stopping you from getting there. I think people see you as like the magician. Like they just um, are like, damn, this person can really do anything. Like they think outside the box. Like they're always, every time I see them, or every year or two, whatever the timeline is, like they are doing something new and they accomplished something big and they made something happen out of almost nothing. Like and again, I think people see that as very like, one, hard to understand. Like like I said, they maybe put you on this pedestal where you're just like this incredibly intuitive, powerful leader. I'm definitely getting that energy of somebody who's a leader, like I said, with this big bat and having these smaller bats behind them and being the high priestess and the magician. Like these are very powerful major arcana cards to come out. I mean, it's number one and number two. It's the divine masculine energy and the divine feminine energy. Like that's huge. Like to have both of those at your disposal, you are definitely a powerful magical person. um, and like I said, I think that's very inspiring to people. A lot of people struggle finding that balance between masculine energy and feminine energy, and I think you really have a great grasp on that. And I think that's come from a lot of hard work and contemplation and humility, being real with yourself. Um, and like I said, I think people see like when you accomplish something in your life and you didn't necessarily have, all all the legs up on the situation, or all the maybe you're not somebody with a bunch of privilege that, because it's when you see somebody that has privilege accomplish something, you're like, oh yeah, well, of course they went to college, their parents paid for it, oh, of course they I don't know, I'm not going to give too many examples on that, but I think that was a good enough example. Like, when somebody has a certain um, privilege in their life, like, you're not so impressed when they accomplish something, you like expect them to do that. But with you, it's like, I think you're somebody who works for everything they have. And when people see you accomplish something big, they're just like, damn, well, if they can do that, like, maybe I can too. um, and that's really beautiful. Like, you really are an inspiration to people, and people really appreciate that about you. So I think that's a good message to you, to like, keep doing what you're doing, keep being your best self, and by doing that, like, you're helping the world so much. And that's interesting because this Nine of Pentacles is coming up right after that. And Nine of Pentacles to me is all about independence and abundance. Um, like I said, people look at you and they see somebody very successful, no matter how much money you have in the bank, no matter what kind of car you drive or whatever. Like I said, all these superficial things, that's not what defines your success, and that's not what people see when they look at you. Like, when they look at you, they might not see somebody who's like surface level successful, but like when they talk to you and they feel your energy, and after they walk away from you, they're like, damn, that person like is genuinely happy, and that person is really living their dreams. Like, they're not like, I think it blows their mind, or maybe slips right past them, that generally, like I said, around most people in general society, it's like people are impressed by, oh, you have this kind of car, or oh, you have this kind of bag, or these kind of shoes, or like, surface level stuff like that. Oh, you have this amount of money, like, you live in this type of apartment, um, or house, whatever, these kind of things. I think people are generally like, they're impressed by that. They're like, oh, this person has this, or this person has this. But after they talk to you, um, you might not have, these top level expensive designer things, but the things that you do have, you carry that same energy as people who have those other things. um, and people just see you as like, oh damn, that person's like super successful because they're living life their way. And I think for a lot of people, that's the true success that they want. That's really the life they want to live. They don't want to be out here trying to work so hard to attain what this other person has, just so they could say, oh, I have that too, or I have what this celebrity was wearing, or what this rapper talks about, or what this singer created, or something like that. Which is, there's nothing wrong with that if those are things that you genuinely are into. But like I said, when people are just doing that to keep up with the expression is keep up with the Joneses, I believe, but I was gonna say keeping up with the Kardashians, just because it's probably a little more relevant these days. But yeah, I think like no matter what, you have this energy of somebody who's like very independent and successful, and abundant. Like, no matter what you have, you just carry that energy of like, you know what, this is my one life, and I'm living it my way, and I'm fucking loving it. And that, again, it just inspires the hell out of people, and just leaves them with this feeling of like, damn, like, I want that too. Like, I'm inspired by that. I'm gonna, maybe think twice about what I want in my life, because this person doesn't have all the things that everyone says they should have, but they seem pretty damn happy, and they seem to have it figured out. And of course, nobody has everything all figured out, but like, I think definitely that aspect of like what success means, that's something that you've taken a lot of time to think about. And um, that's something that you use this magician energy to manifest for yourself and bring into your life. So That's really cool. Very, very powerful energy from you guys. You guys are definitely, like I said, a leader in this world, a leader of people, and people really look up to you and are inspired by you. Um, okay, so now moving on. By the way, that was the Britt's Third Eye Tarot that we used for that. Excuse me. Now we're going to move on to the spiritual world, spiritual beings, um, the universe, God, the Great Spirit, your spirit guides, maybe even ancestors, um, your higher self, all these beings behind the scenes of this material world that we live in, all the beings that can see us when no one else can. Not to be creepy, it's all love. It's all love on that side. No judgment, no weirdness, nothing but unconditional love, just like you would expect from a parent and a child, that kind of thing. But even more so because human parents, they can have issues and traumas that they carry in their physical bodies, and again, these spiritual beings do not. So yeah, let's go ahead and see how these beings, um, what energy they want to appreciate about you. Oh man. You might think by how long these readings go and how much I talk that I'm a super talkative person, but in my normal life, I'm really not. I'm kind of like, if you get me on a roll, yes, I will talk your ear off, but for the most part, I'm pretty quiet. So I always get super thirsty during these readings because I just do not usually talk this much. Okay, pumpkin. That's cute. Um, Maybe that means something to you guys. I don't know. Maybe somebody calls you pumpkin. Maybe Halloween is your favorite holiday and time of year. Maybe you like to eat pumpkins. I don't know. Maybe you guys like Nightmare Before Christmas, Jack the Pumpkin King. I freaking love that movie. So if you guys like that movie too, you are in very good company. But yeah, so this is going to be a big energy for what the spiritual world and spiritual beings appreciate about you. So the pumpkin looms in the shadows, an ominous sight to foe and a ward for the beholder. Ward, protection, hidden, contrary, mischief. All right, so basically the vibe that I'm getting from this is like similar to what I was getting from the bat, that energy of somebody who's very much like about community, about their family, about their friends, what the spirit world sees in you and really appreciates about you is like how much essentially what I'm getting from this is like what you would think about an angel. Like an angel, if you were an angel, um, like I said, and let's say your friend is going through a hard time. Let's say maybe you're a friend of yours or your younger sibling or even older sibling, whoever it is, somebody that you care about, could be even a stranger. Like I said, you find community everywhere. You see the whole world as your community. If somebody's over here and they're mistreating somebody, um, like I said, to this person that you love and you care for, you are an angel. You're a protector. You're somebody that they're like, oh my God, thank God, the pumpkin is here. Like, I'm safe. It makes them feel safe having you around. You are their protector. And to this other person, they're like, oh shit, like I fucked up. I didn't know this person knew the pumpkin. Like I shouldn't have messed with them. Now I got the pumpkin after me. Um, so now there's somebody that's afraid of you. So I think that's how the spirit world sees you. And what they really, really appreciate about you is I'm getting it, like I said, like an angel energy, or what you would think of as like a big brother, a big sister, something like that, like a protector, somebody who, when when someone's in trouble, and I'm getting a little emotional at this part, so maybe this is um, something very, very important to you. But when somebody's in trouble or someone's being mistreated, um, you are there. You are there for them, and you make them feel so safe, and you make them feel so taken care of. Um, and people that are not living right, people that are using their energy to mistreat people and bring negative energy into the world, like they do not want to mess with you. They don't ever want to see you around because they know that you stand up for justice and you protect people who maybe don't always have the ability to protect themselves. And the spirit world just really wants to thank you for that, and let you know that that is so appreciated, because in those moments it might even be scary for you. You know, it's not easy to stand up to people that are, always in that energy of like fighting people. Like I don't think that's what you want at all. You don't want to fight people, but but if it comes to the choice of you letting somebody get hurt, or you possibly getting hurt for stepping in, and helping them, like I said, that goes with that bad energy of like, we're in this together. If anything happens to you, excuse me, if anything happens to you, it's happening to me too. Like, I'm not gonna let you just sit there and take all this crap by yourself. Like, if anything, you know, it's gonna be both of us against them, and we'll both get taken down together, or we'll both get out of this together. Um, and that's just really beautiful. And you know, the message I keep getting from from these Mystic Misfit cards from the spirits is like, it keeps being something that I get the energy that like a lot of people don't know, or a lot of people don't see about you. And that's why the spirits come through with this particular message for you, is because they know that, maybe in a lot of these moments, like I said, maybe you were sticking up for somebody who you didn't even know. That you didn't even know, and because you're so humble, you're not going to everybody that day and being like, hey guys, guess what, today I stood up for this person when they were getting picked on, or I did this for this person today and I didn't even know them. Like, you're not just going around bragging about that, like, oh hey guys, I'm this I'm this awesome brave, um, selfless person. um, and like I said, not a lot of people might know about these things that you've done, but the spirit world just wants you to know, like, they were there in those times, watching you make that choice, and they were there protecting you too, because like I said, that's such a beautiful thing to do for people. And yeah, they just really respect the hell out of that. So good for you. I mean, to get respect from these divine beings is not easy. um, but you managed to do that because you're a person of great integrity, Oh God. Sorry. You are a person of great integrity, um, and just somebody with so much kindness, and generosity, and I think that's beautiful. So now we're gonna move on to the tarot of the divine and see what other kind of messages the spirit world has for you, and other things that they really appreciate about you, and why they're grateful that not only are you here in this world, but that they get to be a part of your journey and get to be your guides. Because like I said, yeah, people see you so highly, but I'm getting the energy right now with this pumpkin card. Like, the spirit world sees you very highly as well. I don't know who your higher self is or who they are in the spirit world, but I think they are very highly respected as well. Um, so yeah, I'm feeling a lot of respect for you right now. That's for sure. Sorry, I gotta blow my nose real quick. Don't want you guys to hear sniffling every 2 seconds. All right. So we are gonna get some message. Jesus, always has to be a crappy shuffle when I'm trying to start pulling the cards. Okay. What else? What else, spirits? What else do you love about this pumpkin person? Oh my lord. Okay. So crazy how many similar cards come up in these readings. All right. I think that's good. So I'm going to come back to that later. Because these two cards came out in one of the other groups. And it's interesting because in group 2, cards had come out that came out for group 1, and now in group 3, I feel like these were from group 2. So I don't know what's going on. Like I said, if there's just a lot of similar energies to the people watching this, but I am straight honored if, like, all the people watching this video right now are these kinds of people, because I mean, I don't know how to really explain that. That's not obvious, but like I said, of course, if people this amazing are watching my videos, then I am very honored. So with this temperance in reverse, temperance speaks to me all about balance. So when I see this in reverse, I think that what it's telling me, that spirits appreciate you. That makes sense. I was wondering, like, why, because in the other two groups, almost all the cards from the spirits came up in reverse too, and I was like, what in the world? Because usually, a lot of times, reverse cards can mean like there's some blockage going on, and it's not usually a positive thing. But now I'm realizing, oh, okay, when we're talking about 3D people, they're seeing things that you do for them. And all of the messages have kind of been like that, where like 3D people appreciate the things that you do for them, and pretty much every card was upright, if not every single one. And then with the spirits, like I said, they see things that not everybody sees. So the spirits aren't gonna come and talk to you about things that 3D people could tell you. They're going to tell you things that only they can see. And with reverse cards, the other significance that they could have is like internalized energy. So that makes sense that the spirits are telling you about the way that you handle situations in your inner world, because people in 3D, they can't see that. They don't know what's going on in your head. They don't know the battles that you go through inside. They only see what happens on the outside. So yeah, that's just a little realization I had. Um, so yeah, the spirits are gonna commend you on things that, the personal work that you do um, inside to make you who you are. So with the temperance in reverse, um, like I said, speaks to balance. So like I said earlier, with that masculine and feminine energy that people see from you on the outside, I think that's taken a lot of work on your part to find balance. Like finding balance is so hard in this world, because it's not like you can find a balance today and then uh, that same oh Lord, why do I blank out so hard sometimes? Um, what I'm getting is, like, say there's scales, like, and say right now, um, you have this much on this side and this much on this side, and that's your balance. Maybe that works today and tomorrow and for whatever timeline, maybe for a month, maybe for a year, that's the balance. But then a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now, like, life changes and things change so much that, like, um, that same balance is not going to apply. Like, maybe at a different point in your life, you're going to have more of this on this side, and then, less of this on this side. And then that, at that point in your life, based on that situation, that's a good balance. So, um, I think the spirit world just wants to commend you that, like, this is not something that's like just a goal that you achieve and then you rest on that laurel for the rest of your life. This is something that you have to constantly be thinking about and constantly be working on and constantly being conscious of. And I think they really just want to let you know how much that is appreciated. That you're constantly thinking about, you know, what do I need to do to find balance in my life? How much masculine energy do I need today? How much feminine energy do I need tomorrow? How much time do I need to give to my family? How much time do I need to give to my friends? How much time do I need to give to myself? Um, Temperance also speaks to me of, like, substances, because it can speak of excess, like having an excess of something, meaning more than you need. And I think that's another thing that you work on very hard. And like I said, that's again something that can change day to day. That's something that can change in a minute, something that can change in an hour. Um, like I said, one day you might need 10 hours of sleep. The next day you might need 4 hours of sleep because you got a bunch of stuff to do. And like I said, if you're in this energy where you're just trying to do the same thing every day and thinking that's gonna work for every situation, like, I mean, maybe some people, but I don't think you can get 4 hours of sleep every day. I don't think you can get 10 hours of sleep every day. Like, it really depends on what you're doing that day and how to make the most of that day for you. And like I said, that's not an easy thing to do. And what's cool that I'm noticing about this card now is that this person has like 10 arms. I'm not actually going to count them. It might actually be 8. But like, that's kind of what I was just describing. It's like, not only are you trying to juggle and balance two things, you're trying to balance a whole mess of things. And I think that you do a really good job of that. And I know it's not easy. And your spiritual tribe just really wants to pump you up about that, um, and say that they appreciate that. And people in the world might not be able to see all this work that's going on behind the scenes. Like, they don't see all these arms that you have, all that's going on internally, and all they see is this like super calm, um, sage like being that seems to have it all figured out. But underneath all that, you're doing a lot of work on the inside, um, to be able to provide that for people. So I think that's really cool, and so do your spirit guides. And with this Wheel of Fortune in reverse, like I said, this came out in the messages from the spirits, uh, from one of the other groups. And what I get from this is the Wheel of Fortune speaks of luck changing and going with the flow of life. And um, with it in reverse, one of the things I get is that, like, for the most part, you make your own luck. Like, obviously, the regular Wheel of Fortune still stands true. That's what it was. There's the Wheel of Fortune also represents like the cycles of life. Life moves in cycles. Um, the seasons change. Like winter, depending on where you are in the world. Of course, if we're gonna get technical about it, um, maybe in some places like uh, Antarctica or something, obviously it is winter all year round. But I'm sure things still change in those parts of the world. But basically, things are always changing. I'm just going to talk about maybe a place in the world where there are four seasons. Like, winter has to end, and spring has to start. At some point, spring has to end and summer has to start. If you're trying to fight to stay in spring all the time, or you're like, I freaking love summer, like I just want it to be summer all year round, then you're going to find a lot of disappointment, because that's just not how the world works. And I think with this Wheel of Fortune coming up here for you guys as well, I think that what it's saying is that, through your experience and through you finding wisdom and, not learning how to let go of control, um, in certain situations. Like I said, with that magician energy, you do know when to take control and when to make things happen. But with this Wheel of Fortune in reverse here, the spirit guides are telling you, like, they really respect. And again, it's something that's not easy for you to be able to let go of control when you can sense that it's one of those things, like the seasons changing, that you just, no matter how hard you might want to try, uh, you can't control. Um, and that there's a reason that things change. um, and that's part of the beauty of life. Like, if we could just control everything about life, it would not be the same experience. It would not be as meaningful. The only meaning would be what I want is what I get. But there are so many other things that we don't expect, that we don't necessarily plan from the get go, that happen to us and that can teach us a lot and that can give us a lot of meaning. Um, so I think they really appreciate that. Um, because I think it's hard sometimes. I think a lot of times people get resentful towards the spirit world about this aspect of life. They say like, "Oh, why did you have to take this away from me? Why did this have to change? Like, why couldn't that just stay forever? It made me so happy." And then they get resentful towards the universe and the way that it is. Um, but the spiritual just really appreciates that you don't do that. And maybe you have in the past. We all grow and learn. Um, but I think they appreciate that at this point you um, you understand that everything happens for a reason, and and that you respect the way of the world and you appreciate it for what it is, and they appreciate that about you, because again, I think that's something that inspires people as well in the 3D world. Like when something happens to you that most people, like I said, might freak out about and be like, oh my god, like you have to do all that right now, or this big change is happening to you, like, oh my god, what are you gonna do? And you're just like, well, that's kind of how life is. Like, it can't always be going according to plan. Like, I'll figure it out. And I think again, people it just kind of stops them in their tracks. They're like, sure, I guess. I would be freaking out about that, but if you're not freaked out, then cool. Hope it works out for you. And then later they see, like I said, when it is time, you bring in that magician energy, and you realize, when the wheel of fortune is at the time for you to make action, and then you recognize that and you jump on it and you make your action, and then you completely change your situation in a positive way, because you weren't trying to fight, turn the wheel yourself, which you can't, because you're just a human being. And then people see how you get through that situation later, and they're like, damn, like, yeah, I guess he really didn't need to worry. And then again, that inspires them to, when something crazy happens to them and they think like, oh well, yeah, I'm freaking out, but like I remember, I'm just gonna call you the pumpkin right now. I remember when the pumpkin went through something even actually worse, and like they got through it eventually. Like, maybe I'll come and ask them for advice. Like, what do they think I should do in this situation? And I just think you're a great spiritual leader in this world. And now going on to this Knight of Coins, aka Knight of Pentacles, in reverse. Um, what I'm getting here is, the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight in the tarot. Um, as you can see, um, this one's riding a cow. I believe all the other ones are riding a horse. Um, but it's like, yes, the cow or the bull, is slower, but they're also stronger, more stable. Um, so with this being in reverse, I think what it's telling me is, that you have this great inner strength. Like I mentioned a lot, the energy that was coming before about, society is this way. Society thinks we should all be moving at this pace and we should all have this by this age. Um, or we should all take this amount of time to get this accomplished. Like, with this in reverse, uh, I think it shows that you're somebody who, again, you know, like that bat hanging upside down, sees things their own way and says, um, yeah, okay, maybe somebody else did this in half the time I did, but what the hell does that mean to me? Like, all I'm trying to do is get it done for me. So as long as I get it done, I'm successful. And that's going back to that Nine of Pentacles before, about you creating your own definition of success. Um, so I think the spirit world is bringing this in, just to say that again, they know that that's not easy. Like I said, people in the 3D might just see it as like, oh, this person's just super confident and that's why they live life their own way. And like I said, they might see it as like, oh well, they probably had a great upbringing and people who let them be themselves. But I don't think that's the case for you. I think if you're watching this, that you're somebody who wasn't just pumped up all the time, in their youth, and maybe somebody who even was made to feel like, I mean, this is Misfit Tarot. I wouldn't doubt that I'm attracting these types of people, like that you were probably somebody who was made to feel like Like, what? Why do you want that? Like, don't you want this like everybody else? Like, maybe even like with gender stuff, it might have been like, oh, like, you want to play with a doll? Like, why? You're a boy. Or like, oh, you want to play football? Why? You're a girl. Like, all these types of things. Like, oh, what? You don't want a gender? Why? You're a girl. Or you don't want a gender? You're a boy. Like, all this kind of stuff. Like, people might have made you feel all types of wrong for being different. And um, I think, it's taken you a lot of work. Like I said, the Knight of Coins is somebody who's on a mission, um, and they don't accomplish things in the quickest timeline, but they do accomplish it um, through perseverance and through strength. Um, and with this bull, I think also through butting heads. Like I said, you didn't just sit there and say, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I should want that," or "Oh, you're right. I shouldn't want to do that." Like, no, you said, "Fuck that. Like, I want this." Like, it really hurts that the people close to me are telling me that I shouldn't be doing this, but you know what? It's my life, and I need to live it my way. Like, this person that's telling me how to be, they're not even happy with how they are. They're not even living their truth. They're just acting like everybody else. They're just into all the things everybody else is into, or they're acting like it at least, when really behind closed doors they probably like this too. Like, at least I have the courage to express that. And I think the spirit world is, yeah, bringing this in to say, like, hey, we see that, we know that this hasn't been easy for you, and we know that this has been a huge struggle for you to be so different and to put up with all that bullshit for so long. But, like, you know we want to tell you right here, right now, we appreciate how strong you are for going through all that, and for being brave enough to make those decisions. And like I said, maybe it was a thing where when you were younger, you had to hide these parts of yourself because people just would not accept it. And then, you had to wait, and you had to wait, and you had to let out these parts of you outside of your family. You had to express these parts of you in private. Um, and then, once you became an adult, you were like, all right, fuck this. Like, nobody else is controlling me. This is my life now. I'm living on my own. I'm living on my terms. And, you know it's not easy. A lot of people in that um, amount of time might just give up, and might just say, oh, you know what, fuck, I'm tired of fighting. Like, if you can't beat them, join them. Like, a lot of people fall into that mentality, and a lot of people believe that phrase is like a helpful thing. But obviously, in this context, it's not. That's called conformity, and that's called betraying yourself. Like, um, I think, if I had to make my own saying, it would be, if you can't beat them, get the fuck away from them. Like, just don't be around them. I think that's a much better thing for everyone, and you'll be way happier that way. And I think that you understand that. So, again, spirit's really coming through to tell you that, again, people in the 3D may not have seen that. They probably don't know this this crazy struggle that you've been through your whole life to get to where you are, to where you can feel so empowered in expressing yourself, um, the way that you truly are. And I'm sure you're still working on that. um, but again, no matter what point you're at in this, like, you are an inspiration to people, because again, people, when they're just following the crowd, when they're on social media too much, like, they're just prone to so much social pressure, so much outside influence. And then they see somebody like you, like I said, living by your own rules, expressing yourself truly without giving a fuck what other people are going to say. And they just look at you again like, how do they do that? Like, and like I said, some people might hate on you for it. Some people might make up shit in their head like, oh, well, like I said, oh, they were just supported their whole life, so that's why they're comfortable being like that, because everybody just like made them feel comfortable doing that. But I don't think that's true, and I think the spirits want to really say that they know what it has been for you. They know the truth, and regardless of what anybody thinks, like they see you, and they appreciate your strength and your determination and your courage. Oof. All right, man. Spirits were pumped up about you. I just felt like, I don't know, like like protective of you, like hell yeah. Fuck anyone who doesn't think that you've been through shit, or that you don't know what it's like to struggle. Okay, moving on. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna have to stop the video real quick, because they do get long, and I don't have like a lot of powerful equipment, so it is hard to like download the videos and stuff when they are so long. So I'm gonna cut it here like halfway, and then it'll just start right away, but I just want to split it in two to make it easier for myself. Okay, and we're back. So now we're going to look at what yourself in the future appreciates about you. Um, because the idea behind this was, I think a lot of people, when they're successful and you ask them um, about their story, they look back at what they've been through and what it took to get them to where they ended up in their later years, or whatever age they're at when they're at this huge point of success, and they look back so fondly at the version of them that didn't know what they were gonna be, because like it takes so much courage and so much belief in yourself and so much belief in the universe to get from just being on the same playing field as everyone else, and getting to a place where you have achieved the success that you want. Not everybody does that, and we know that. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to, and what I brought up in one of the other groups was in The Office. There's a moment, I think, when Andy ends up quitting to be famous. His goal was just to be famous for anything, um, and on his last day, he says, "Oh, actually, I guess I don't know." He's like looking back, and Andy says, "I wish there was a way to know." Oh yeah, it's like he's thinking about how much he's gonna miss all his days at Dunder Mifflin now that he's leaving, and he's like, "I wish there was a way to know when you're in the good old days before you actually left them." And I think that's huge, and that's the perspective that I want to get with this question of asking your future self what they appreciate about you right now. Because I think, just like uh, that silly quote, that's actually very profound. Um, it's very easy when you're in the moment to be looking ahead and saying, "Oh, like I'm here. This sucks. Like I want to be there." Um, Again, like I said, he's working at this paper company when he wants to be this big star. But then when he's leaving, he's like, damn, like I actually had so many good times here, and like I'm gonna miss this, and I'm gonna miss that person. Um, so yeah, I just want to get that perspective, um, so that you guys can have about this point of your life, and how you'll be looking back at it. Look back at it. Look back at it. Any 2 Chainz fans out there? I don't know. Maybe that you guys made that pop into my head. But yeah, so you can look back at this time in your life. I hope that's 2 Chainz. Sometimes I quote the wrong person and it's very embarrassing, but whatever. Um, I'm okay with being wrong. But yeah, so we're gonna look back at this time in your life from the perspective of your future self and see what they appreciate about you right now, and hopefully that'll help you guys appreciate some things about this current chapter of your story. Interesting. What in the world? All right. So many cards, and I said this in the last group too. I said, how in the world are there this many cards in every deck, and somehow when I'm only pulling like 4 to 5, or in this case 1 or 2, and the same ones come out like in multiple groups. I don't know. It means something. It's beyond me. I'm just gonna read them. Okay, so with this spore card, 10, 10, 10, 10, 20s on them titties, man. 26. The spore waits in stagnation, spreading the collective network she desires. Spontaneous stagnation, collectiveness, communication, connections. All right, so that is making sense to me. So your future self is likely, I mean, all of our future selves are going to be more successful than well, not necessarily. Sometimes life, goes down before it goes up, but I'm definitely asking your future self that is successful and what they appreciate about you now before you have reached that level of success. I'm pretty sure I said that already, but just to clarify. So what your future self appreciates about what you're doing right now is making connections. Like, putting yourself out there is kind of what I'm getting. Like, whatever your goal is, I think that it's something where you maybe have to make yourself really vulnerable to the world around you. Like I said, you're someone who expresses themselves authentically. You're somebody who's very powerful. You're somebody who's a leader. So maybe where you're headed is, like I said, being a person of influence, being a person who is a leader, somebody who has a lot of followers, somebody who is of very high regard. And I'm kind of seeing this now with this spore card, that it's like you're this big figure and there's all these little mushrooms all around you, and that's kind of like what I'm seeing is like it's you, and this is like all the people in the world that you affect, and all the connections that you're making. Like, for example, say you were like a big, if you're doing music, and this is like the more you work, the more people that your music is reaching. Excuse me. So yeah, spreading the collective network she desires. So I think when you're in the future, it's going to be easy to reach a lot of people, obviously, because you already have this huge platform, and you could just put out one thing, and everybody knows about it, and everybody wants to promote it, because they can make money off you at that point by being associated with you and your brand and your product. And obviously this doesn't just have to be music. That was just one example that I used. Like I said, this could be any type of creative thing, or any type of endeavor where you're like a prominent figure in your field. But I think that it's definitely something where you are the center of attention. You are the product, basically, or like the company that you start is your baby. Like it is you. It is your thing. And like I said, in the future you've built this huge following, and right now I think that your future self is looking at you as being so brave. And what I'm seeing with this card is that this person looks tired. Like, it's probably taken you a lot of work, and I don't want to promote this whole idea of grind on the grind, and working yourself to the bone, and working 20 hours a day and sleeping when you're dead. Like, I'm not that's not what I'm trying to promote here. What I'm seeing is that, again, there's this strength, there's this dedication that comes with um, putting yourself out there to so many people, and it is hard work. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you need to be tired all the time to be successful. That is absolutely not true. Rest is so important. All I'm saying is that you're not looking for the easy way out. You know that um, or the easy way in, or whatever. Um, but you know that to get where you want to go takes a lot of hard work, and um, takes putting yourself out there, and it's not easy. And that's what I'm seeing here, is that it's not been easy. It's not. Um, yeah, you're not doing you to get to where you're trying to go is not an easy path, but you're taking it because that's what you're passionate about. Um, and like I said, it's something where you have to really be making all kinds of connections and putting yourself out there and networking and spreading your message and spreading your ideas. And I think your future self is just really, really proud of you for all the hard work that you put in to build this huge network of of people um, that believe in your message and believe in your product, um, or believe in your business, because that's not easy. It really takes putting yourself out there. And I think what I'm also getting from this face that this person is making is like, it takes a lot of rejection too. Like, you don't just go out there and everybody you talk to or everybody that you promote yourself to is like, oh wow, that sounds like a great idea, yes, you have my money, or yes, you have my attention. Like, no, some people are going to be like, fuck off, that's stupid. Or some people are going to be like, no, I don't believe in that. Or I know somebody else that's doing that better. Like, so many things, so many different ways that you can be rejected in this process. And I think that, again, it takes a lot of strength to be able to handle all that rejection and not just buckle, and not just um, kind of sell your soul, to be like other people who are in a similar industry or the same industry or the same field, or doing something similar to you. I think it takes a lot of strength to be like, you know what? Yeah, people are comparing me to this person. People are telling me I can't reach that level. Um, people are telling me that the field is too competitive, that I don't stand a chance, whatever. But like, I don't care. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna just do what other people are doing, or give up my vision to get there quicker or get there easier, because I have integrity, and I'm going to either I'm going to create what I'm going to create my way, or I'm not going to do it at all, and I'm going to fail with integrity. And going from that whole spiel, ending with the message of not selling your soul, the whole expression is selling your soul to the devil. So again, the devil represents like a quick fix. The devil represents, to me, lust disguising itself as love. So again, like, you can go for these quick fixes. You can buy followers. Um, you can sell your company to somebody else and let them do whatever they want with it, and let it mutate into something that you never wanted it to be. Or you can stay in control and you can put the love that you have for your passion and keep your vision, and basically not be a sellout. um, or another thing that comes with that is like watering yourself down, like the whole lust thing. Like, again, if you're trying to get followers or you're trying to get supporters for your business, some people might say, oh, well, I would support you, but you talk about this. Oh, I would support you, but you dress like this, or whatever it is about you that people don't like and they want to put you in their box. Some people, like I said, they might sell out or sell their soul and say, oh, okay, well, you know what? Um, if I keep being myself in this way, that's going to lose me money. If I keep being myself in this way, that's going to limit how big my dream grows. But you said, fuck it, I don't care. Like I said, I'm going to do this my way or the highway. Like, I'm not going to put myself into a box for other people because this is my destiny. This is my passion. This is what I want. Like, I am a fighter, and I don't care what kind of shit people have to say to me. I'm going to fight for my vision, and I'm going to put my mark on this world and on this industry that whatever you're trying to go into. Um, so yeah, with the devil in reverse here, I think it's definitely showing me that you're not just looking for the quick fix. You're not just looking for lust. You're not just looking for numbers. You're not just looking for the most followers. You're looking for the real deal. Um, you're looking for people who see you or see your product or see your message and they genuinely connect with it, and they're genuinely like, wow, like this person is fucking amazing, or the thing that they've created is fucking awesome, and I agree with that and I support that. And that's what you're really looking for. You're not looking for, the biggest number of people. You're looking for the real actual people who align with your passions and your view of the world. And again, by doing that, you're going to inspire so many people, and your future self just wants to thank you so much for never selling out, not selling your soul, not taking the easy way, not compromising your values, just to be more liked or more popular, or for more money. Like, you really stuck to your guns, and you really are a person of great integrity, and your future self is sitting there in their success saying like, fuck yeah, thank you so much for not selling out. Like, this thing would have been totally lame if you had changed it for anybody, but like what we have is something that nobody else has ever done in this world. And that's thanks to you right now, how you are, the hard work that you're doing to be yourself, all the shit that you're taking right now from people rejecting you and making you feel like you're doing something wrong. Like, that is true strength, and that's what's bringing you your true success. And man, I don't know what it is about you guys, but like I said, I just feel very like pumped up and passionate from your guys' energy and from the people's energy around you. Like they're pumping you up, like you're freaking badass. All right, so now we're gonna go a little bit deeper with the tarot, Starchild tarot. I think I mentioned the last one was Tarot of the Divine for your spirit guides message. But now for your future self, more messages we're going to get from the Starchild Akashic tarot. And yeah, just more things that your future self is grateful for, about some of the things that you're doing now, and just some of the things about how you are right now. All right. What they got to say. Future self. What in the world? This deck is hard to handle. They got really nice thick cards, but they don't slide out super easily. That's okay. I love it for its uniqueness. Oh man, that's a lot. I mean, yeah, they came out. Oh man, and then this Akashic one has things that are named not with the what the original tarot has them labeled as, so I just have to see what those are. Okay. So, I mean, the the devil in reverse came up again, so I don't know if I'm going to need to really go into that. But so awakening is judgment. Okay, that's all we need to know. Thank you, book. So, interesting. And then the Three of Swords is coming up here, which is basically telling me that I got that energy from the first card. Three of Swords talks about heartbreak. It talks about people hurting you with their words, with their actions. And like I said, you're probably at a point right now in your journey, or maybe you will be soon, or you have, recently, where people are talking mad shit to you, and they're really trying to come at you personally as a person, and that hurts. And I think it's so crazy how, like, you can see the same card, but in a different reading, you start getting different interpretations of it. So yeah, I think, like I said, people are throwing all these swords at you, trying to hurt you, but I'm seeing this time that none of the swords are actually stuck in you. They all kind of just missed. And I think it's because of you holding this little moon right here. What I get from this whole image here is that that's you, and this is your dream. The moon, I think, I don't know if anybody else thinks this or if this is like a known thing, but I think it is. But I think the moon can represent like dreams. So I think this is you, and you're holding your dream, and because you're, it looks like somebody like very much nurturing, like they love this thing that they're holding. It's almost like they're holding their baby. Like this dream that you have, this passion project, that is your baby, and you have so much love for it that no matter how many shitty things people want to say about you, no matter how many shitty things people want to do to you to try to take you down and take you off your path, you're like, it's almost like it's like water off a duck's back. Like they're just missing you with all that. Like you can miss me with all that bullshit because I have my eyes on the fucking prize, and I'm over here. I'm gonna make this moon into a straight up full life-size moon because I know that's my purpose. I know that's my destiny, and whether I know that this is going to work out or not, I don't want anything else. I am focused, I am dedicated, and that's so freaking weird how everything I keep saying starts leading to the next card as well. So focused and dedicated on your thing goes right to the Eight of Crystals. The Eight of Crystals, aka Eight of Pentacles, talks about somebody being dedicated to something. This also came up in another group, and just generally I think of it as like, and it super applies here, of like if you're creating something, when it's something really, really valuable and impactful on the world, I think of this, the Eight of Crystals energy is not somebody who's just working hard to work hard or just working hard to get a paycheck. Like, yeah, that's hard work too, but that's the kind of thing where it's like you work hard today and then everything gets wiped clean, and then tomorrow you do the same job, work hard again, and then the next day it's the same thing. Like with this Eight of Crystals energy, it's like the example I keep bringing up, or the examples that come to my mind, is like painting a mural, making a music album, creating maybe a website, creating a YouTube channel, just something that like you can't just sit there in one day and be like, okay, like I'm gonna make this masterpiece. Here we go. And then you work hard for like a few hours and you're like, boom, there we go, masterpiece, I did it. This is something that you have to go back to day after day, month after month, maybe even year after year to be able to build it up to what its potential is. um, and like I said, you have that focus and that dedication, and again, this is coming from your future self, so your future self is like, that's what we really needed. And I appreciate the hell out of you for staying focused and staying dedicated on this passion, um, until it grew. Because again, you can never see the end from the beginning. You can have faith in it, but really you're taking it one step at a time, one day at a time, one action at a time, and you've done that. And I think I said before about the Wheel of Fortune, like, because you're very conscious of how the world works, like I think that's helped you know, like, that, you know um, there's a time to keep working hard, and then there's times when you needed to rest and then go back to it, the next day, or maybe something comes up. Yeah, that's something that I didn't get from the other piles, but that's coming up now, because of that Wheel of Fortune connection, that, like, this is also not something where like it's just easy and like your whole life um just revolves around this thing. It's like, no, you still have friends, you still have family, you still might have to have a 9 to 5 job while you're building this passion project. Like, life doesn't just stop so you can sit there and work on your masterpiece all day every day. Like, no, there's still distractions, there's still tower moments, there's stuff that gets thrown at you. Maybe you had to stop working on this for a week or for a month because something just so crazy in another aspect of your life happened that you had to stop everything and focus on that. But like I said, because of your dedication, because of your faith in the universe and your understanding of cycles, like, you did what you need to do. You had to put this down for a minute, and that was probably really hard and really scary, because a lot of times when we have to do that, we think that, especially when it comes to having a following, you're like, damn, if I'm not posting every day, if I'm not creating every week or whatever, or when it comes to music, like if I'm not releasing an album every year, like I'm just going to fall off and I'm going to lose my following or whatever. But it's like, you still had the faith to say, you know what? Well, what happens happens. Like, I'm needed elsewhere. I can't put this over my family, or I can't put this over this other thing that's happening in my life. I can't put this over my health, like whatever it is. And you said, you know what? I'm still coming back to it. Even if I lost half of my following, like, I'm still coming back to it. I'm still going to put just as much work into it as I ever did. And I think that's what happened, and I think that's what your future self is coming in to tell you, like, thank you so much for not giving up on this. Thank you so much for staying dedicated and keeping that faith in yourself and us, and in, the vision of who I am now. Like, you created it. You made me, um by who you are right now. Um so yeah, that's that's a message there from your future self about that Eight of Crystals and Three of Swords. With awakening and judgment, um that's interesting. I think I might go ahead and do that last because nothing's um, coming through me uh, super loudly right now. So I'm gonna start off with Nine of Cups in reverse. Your future self is seeing that okay, because again, with reverse things, what I'm getting from this reading is like this is not something that everybody can see, but your future self, they are you, so they do know what's going on internally with you. The Nine of Cups represents like being very content with what you have, um, and being satisfied. I think with that in reverse, it's telling me two things. One, that you like I said before, you're somebody who thinks for themselves. They think, uh, I had said before success, but now going with satisfaction and contentment, like you're thinking for yourself, what does satisfaction mean to me? What does contentment mean for me? The Nine of Cups usually shows somebody sitting down and all these cups are around them and they're like, cool, yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm happy with what I have. So with this in reverse, um, I'm imagining somebody like not sitting there and not being, or okay. So the first thing was that you're thinking about, okay, what actually makes me satisfied? Like again, is it a number of followers? Is it um, a number of sales? Like is it amount of money that my company is making, or amount of money that my my creative creations are bringing in. Um, and I think that for you, like I said, that's not how you define your success. That's not what you're happy with. Um, and not to say that you're never happy with what you have. Um, Obviously, that can be kind of a dangerous thing, where you know you're you're missing out on life because you're always wanting more. But I think that with this, it's like no matter how successful you get, no matter how much you have, no matter how much money your stuff is making, no matter how many people are looking up to you, no matter how many people you're affecting, like there's not ever a point where you're gonna sit and be like, oh, okay, cool. Like I sold this many albums, so I'm done. I'm retired. Or oh, I made this much money, so I don't want to do this anymore. Like no, this is your passion. This is your purpose, and like no matter what you achieve through it, you're never gonna stop until you either find another passion along the way, or you feel like yeah, you need a change or something. You're never going to stop because of material achievements or numbers. And your future self just respects the hell out of that. And they really appreciate that about your nature, because that has brought them more success than anything. Um, because, people who are just looking for a certain number or a certain amount of money, when that's your motivation, then once you reach it, then what else is there to motivate you to do more? Like you see people with real passion, you see these musicians that go forever, you see writers that keep putting out books until they're 80 years old. Like that's just what they love to do. That's their purpose here. Um, and I think that's who you are. So you should be really proud about that. And if you have any doubts about whether you're gonna succeed in your future, like these this reading is telling me absolutely yes, like you are going to be a huge success because you are, like I said, you're a fighter and you have a good heart and you have purpose in this world. And like I said, people naturally look up to you. They're naturally attracted to you, not because you're out here looking for attention and you're doing what everybody likes, but because you act truly to yourself. Um, yeah. So yeah, that's the Nine of Cups energy there. And with awakening, with judgment, I think that is telling me judgment is a tough one. But what I think this judgment card is saying that your future self appreciates about you is that, okay, I got it. Like I said, whatever you're doing, it is super creative. It's something that, like I say, even if other people are doing it, nobody is doing it the way that you are, because you are such a unique individual and you've worked hard figuring out who you are, that you have something unique to offer the world. Um, so I think with this awakening card um, coming out, what it's telling me is that, shoot, I totally lost my train of thought. I'll be honest, I really have to pee, but I'm like, I do not want to stop this right now, um, until I at least finish these messages from your future self. Um, that's what it is. Okay, so like I said, whatever you're doing, like it might not be something totally new in the world. Again, that's hard to do at this point. Like music already exists. Art already exists. A lot of businesses already exist. But I think whatever you are doing, you've you've figured out a way to make it new, to make it your own. So, for example, if if you are doing music, you have figured out a way, and this isn't from sitting there and thinking like necessarily, oh, what can I do different from everybody else? That's not your goal. Your goal is not to be different. Your goal is to be authentic, and in being authentic, that's how you are different. Um, so I think from you pushing yourself, like I said, and going through all this crap of people trying to put you in a box and you resisting that, and saying, instead of like, oh, well, these people want this, well, I'm going to be different. It's like, no, these people want this, and I could do that, but actually this is what I want. And in all those little choices that you're making to stay true to yourself and not, like I said, sell your soul to the devil or sell out your ideas, you have found this incredibly unique way of doing what you're doing. And I think that's your awakening. That's the judgment energy for you, is like you have taken something that everybody in the world only has seen, in this way. And of course, there are other innovators out there. Like, again, I'm just going to go with the music thing. Like, of course, there's other people out there who are doing cool things with music, but you personally have found another way to 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 do your own thing with music, to make it your own, to do something new. um, and that's what creation is all about. I think creation is all about um, bringing in something new to something that already exists, making some difference in something that's already out there. And I'm like I said, judgment is hard because it's like this energy of things are not the same anymore. It's this energy of like you've taken something from this level where everybody sees it this way, or even you like see what already exists, and then boom, like our minds have this power to take something that doesn't exist yet and make it exist. And I think that's something that you've done. And if you haven't done it yet, like, you will soon. Just keep being this person that you are. Keep being true to yourself. Keep dedicated to this passion, and you will find a way. Like I said, if you haven't already, to completely change the game. That's what it is. You found a way to change the game. whatever game it is that you're in. Like I said, music, art, if you're creating video games, whatever it is, like literally anything that you want to do, starting a business, like you found a way to change the game. You are the Uber of whatever you're doing, you know what I mean? Um you're something like that, just like where, everybody's living in this world where if you want to get somewhere you need a taxi, and then all of a sudden boom, somebody has this awakening where they're like, oh, what if like just anybody could use their car to give people rides, and then they save a bunch of money and it's more convenient. Like boom, game changer. That is something that is destined for you, and that's something that your future self is like, whoa, like holy crap, I'm on top of the world right now because because you, past self, have somehow changed the world with what you've done, and you've changed the game that you're in, whatever industry, that whatever field you're in, you have changed it, and it will never be the same because of what you have done with it, and this realization you've had, and this idea that came from you, and you should be freaking stoked about that. Like not everybody can say that. So um that's pretty cool. I'm kind of like, damn, I want to meet this person, so I could say that I'm friends with them before they before they totally change the world. um but yeah, that's messages from your future self. And like I said, I gotta go to the bathroom so bad, so I'm gonna cut it for a second and I'll be right back. All right, what's up, guys? I'm back, and not to be TMI, but this just popped into my head. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Austin Powers, the first one, Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery. I don't know if that's still relevant these days, but that was always one of my favorite movies. Anyway, there's this part in the first one where they take him out of, or maybe it's the second one, but Austin Powers gets out of being cryogenically frozen, and the first thing they do after he's been frozen for like I don't know how many years, um, but he gets out and he has to pee, and he just pees for like 5 minutes straight, and you keep thinking he's gonna stop, and then he keeps going, and then you think he's done, and then he has to keep peeing, and it's like he's peeing for like 10 years that he's been frozen. And yeah, that's what I feel like just happened to me because I was holding it for so long during this reading. But anyways, now that you guys know a little bit more about me, and if you haven't seen Austin Powers, if you like silly comedy movies, check that out for sure. Now we're gonna move on to Inner Child Oracle, and we're gonna get just whatever comes out as far as what your inner child could use some appreciation for, or what was the other thing? Either what you can appreciate them for that's kind of gotten you to where you are, or that's what it is, or depending on what comes out, it might be something that your inner child needs a little more appreciation for. We'll see with what comes out. Did I record? Sure did. Okay. Feel like that one wanted to come out. Okay. Man, some of these names really push my my interpretation skills. So I'm gonna say this is Koke, number 48. Koke with physical touch. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Koke. It says, hey, hi there. I'm called Koke. Would you like a hug? I love the way it feels when my skin touches another's. Some people say it's too much, the way I hug and hold hands and love to cuddle. But that's okay. I know that there's nothing like the nurturing energy of a warm touch. When Koke comes to visit, your inner child might be in need of a safe and nurturing physical touch. Physical touch is critical to a child's development. Unfortunately, many caregivers don't have the capacity of emotional intelligence to meet the child's needs, so the child learns to turn to other things to fill that void. Your present self might have a distorted view of physical touch, either closing off to connection, intimacy, and sensuality, or hyperinflating your sexual desire and using physical touch and connection to fill a void or feel alive. Take some time today to reflect on your relationship with physical touch. Is there a healthy and skilled way to open to physical touch? And the mantra is, it is safe to open to touch. And then there's some remedies here and some journaling questions that you guys can check out and, screenshot or whatever if you want to do some of those. So, yeah, as far as appreciation with your inner child for this, I think, this could go a couple different ways. I'll definitely leave it up to you guys to think about what this means to you. Ultimately, you're gonna decide how this resonates with you. But just one thing I will add is, if this is the case where as a child or at some point in your life you were made to feel like you're too touchy, or physical touch is like this forbidden thing, I think where the appreciation can come in and the love to your inner child is to say, like, hey, child me, you were never too much. You were never weird for wanting to give people hugs. You were never doing anything wrong to people by trying to hold their hand or give them a hug or anything like that. Like, that is love. And I love that about you, and I hope that I can learn from you and bring that into the world more. Like, physical touch is one of those things that people need to survive. Again, I'm no expert in anything, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Like, when people are deprived of physical touch for too long, like, they get depressed, they become unhealthy. Like, it's not good for our health to not have, like it says, that skin on skin contact. So I think that's a really beautiful message, and that's one thing that I really love about these inner child cards. And if you guys want to check it out, the inner child oracle deck looks like this. This is the guidebook. But so many amazing messages here that I am always happy to share with you guys, because this is something that I feel like the world needs so much these days. Like, I was having this thought earlier today, actually, when I was driving home, that I was just thinking about my old high school friends that I don't really talk to anymore, because life takes us in different directions. But I was thinking, like, man, I could think about myself and every single one of my closest friends in high school. Because when you're in high school, you're going to your friends' houses, you're meeting their parents, they're telling you about their problems. We start getting into substances and things like that. We start seeing, how we start to fill these voids that we're feeling in our lives, And I was just thinking about my friends and about myself in high school, and about how much, like, generational trauma every single one of our parents had put on us, and how much that affected us. And I really hope that they're at a place now like I am where they're recognizing these things that, you know, their parents passed on to us and that their parents before them passed on to them, um, and that hopefully, you know, they're doing this work to break those cycles and, you know, heal these child versions of ourselves that were told so much about so many things that, like, this is not okay. um, yeah, and I thank you guys for watching this, and hope that you guys can connect with your inner child about this physical touch thing, and, you know, like I said, make it okay for you guys, and hopefully, you know, with your powerful energy and your influential energy, that you can spread this message to others and help heal this in their inner child as well. Okay, now we are nearing the end. Just nothing left but the spark magic matches. I'm gonna do 2 here, and you guys can either listen to both or you can choose one if one is calling to you more in particular, or if you feel like you only want to choose one, you can pause it and pick one and just listen to that one. Or if not, I'm going to do both. Here we go. Um, Clean or decorate a space where you spend lots of time. Clean or decorate a space where you spend lots of time. So yeah, I think this goes with, you know, you guys having this big passion project, this big creative endeavor that you guys are on. I think a big part of when you're being creative is having a good space to work in. I think I brought this up before when a similar match like this came out, but if you guys don't know who Marie Kondo is, Marie, last name Kondo, check out what she has to offer. I'm pretty sure she has books. Um, Actually, I shouldn't say I'm pretty sure. I'm going to say I think she might have books written. I know she has a couple shows on Netflix. I don't know what other kind of content or creation she has, but she has taught me personally a lot about, um, you know, kind of organizing your space, and how much that really affects your day to day life. And especially, I think, with creative types or people that are, you know, starting their own businesses, things like that. Um, and really just anybody in the world, like, it's very important to have a space that's clean, and, you know, to have little things to decorate it that that add good energy. Like for this reading, I have just in general, I have this little aromatherapy diffuser because I like nice smells. um, and, you know, that's an inner child thing that I've um, picked up recently, you know, the candles and that kind of thing. You know, it just makes me, I think, as children, you know, we kind of smell a lot of things, and if something smells good, we're like, oh, give me that. Like, I never want to stop smelling it. So that just adds good energy there. You know, maybe there's a message there if you like good smells, but for some reason, you know, you don't have things like this. Maybe that would be a good addition to your home. Incense as well. Um, but yeah, I change the light on this now depending on, you know, kind of what chakra I'm looking to bring more energy into. And with this reading being that it's all about appreciation, I see that as love, so I put it on green with the heart chakra, and I think it's really um, you know, helped me get in that energy. So yeah, things like that, decorations, you know, I got these little pumpkins for the fall. This little skull thing for Dia de los Muertos. I am half Mexican, for anyone who didn't know that. And, you know, one, it's part of my culture. We honor the dead at that time, beginning of November. Um, and yeah, I don't know. It's just a vibe, you know. Create a vibe in your space that makes you happy, that makes you think about things that make you feel connected to the world and to yourself, and hopefully to your inner child. So, second one, what life changes would you like to make during the next seasonal shift? Oh, that's crazy. So, yeah, going back to that Wheel of Fortune, being that you're somebody who stays in tune with these seasonal shifts of the earth. Um, but yeah, maybe, write this down, I would say. Make it more tangible as far as manifesting goes. What life changes would you like to make during the next seasonal shift? So, for example, if right now it's fall and you're going into winter, or if, say winter is just starting, what do you want to do for this winter that's coming up, or whatever season you want to choose. Sometimes I like to do manifestation stuff with the moon cycles, so maybe if a new moon is coming up for you, um, make a little plan of something, a new intention you want to set when that cycle begins, and then kind of go with the phases of the moon. And you can look that up, what each phase, you know, the energy that is helpful during that time. Um, and it seems to help me as far as manifesting things. So yeah, really just putting a tangible timeline on stuff, and speaking your intentions out into the universe tends to make it more real, lets the spirit world hear you, and help you out a little more. Um, yeah, and show that you're dedicated. So man, yeah, I think that is all that I have for you guys for this reading. Thank you so much for sharing your incredible, strong, passionate, creative, loving energy with me. You guys were a very well-rounded group. Um, I loved sharing that energy with you guys. I felt like, this was a friend that I would fight for, that I would want to support, because I really feel like you're that type of person for those around you. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me and others know by hitting that thumbs up. If there are any messages that you have for me or anyone else in our community, please express those down in the comments. And if you would like to see this channel continue and see this channel grow, please show your support by subscribing to this channel and telling any of your friends that are into spiritual shit. Thank you so much again. I'm sending you all lots of peace and love and appreciation. And until next time, see you.